안녕하십니까. 제2차 한인도 외교안보 경제통상 싱크탱크 2+2 정책대화에 오신 내외 기빈 여러분께 다시 한번 감사 말씀드립니다. 금일 행사는 영한 동시통역이 지원되오니 각 자리에 비치된 리시버를 이용해 들어주시면 감사하겠습니다. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, welcome to the second ROK India Think Tank 2+2 Policy Dialogue. To start off today's special event, we will first like to welcome the Chancellor of Korea National Diplomatic Academy, Park Char for his welcoming remarks.
Good morning, everyone. Dear Ambassador Kumar, Indian Ambassador to ROK, Ambassador Singh, Director General of the Indian Council of World Affairs, Dr. Char, Governing Council Member of the Research and Information Systems, Ambassador Lee Jin-gu, former ROK Ambassador to India, Ambassador Chong Deputy Foreign Minister for Political Affairs, Dr. Ishio, President of Kiev, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to announce the beginning of the second ROK India 2+2 policy dialogue at KNDA. I'd like to welcome all of you who spared the time for this important and timely event. This policy dialogue is based upon the MOU between KNDA, ICWA, Kiev, and RIS on October 22nd, 2020. We had a virtual meeting in 2021, and this is the first face-to-face dialogue among four institutions. In the beginning of this month, on March 5th, KNDA had the pleasure and honor of having External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar, who delivered a wonderful public address on broadening horizons of India-ROK partnership in the Indo-Pacific. It was warmly received by so many people. This morning I checked it again, and I found that more than 180,000 audiences clicked on the YouTube, which is amazing. It cannot happen in Korea, but I think it was made by the Indian Foreign Ministry and then distributed to the public. I'm so impressed. This proves that Korea-India relationship is highlighted more than ever before. And especially I'm impressed by Dr. Jaishankar's point that India matters because it's Bharat, which means the Bharat is a traditional name of the country. So it signifies that India cherishes its tradition, culture, and history. We, Korea, have the same tradition of having a pride of a nation with a long history, dignified tradition, and its a distinct culture. So we have lots in common. Korea, like India, is a country with a democratic governance, resilient market system, respect for human rights and the rule of law, and most of all, open outward orientation to the international community. Korea, under the previous administration, actually shied away from the Indo-Pacific initiative. However, under the leadership of President Yoon, the Korean government took a strong initiative to go beyond the Korean Peninsula issue only and work together in a wider regional perimeter, especially in the Indo-Pacific and beyond. Korea, like India, tries to promote freedom, peace, and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific under the banner of global pivotal diplomacy. With like-minded countries in the region, Korea endeavors to keep the rules-based international order, open trading system, and stable security environment in a wider geographic sphere. Also, Korea, like India, is a country with innovative, talented, and bright minds and immense technological possibilities. So in the age of economic security, the two countries have many things to work together to make our ways of life better and much more comfortable. So in a sense that Korea and India share lots of common qualities and external orientations, the two countries are wonderful partners to work with in a world of uncertainty, instability, and fluidity. So, and I find a few critical areas that Korea and India can cultivate together. One, cooperation on maritime security issue in the Indo-Pacific. Two, cybersecurity. Three, defense industry cooperation. Four, joint investment in the climate change and environmental protection. Five, medical and biochemistry in development. Six, a partnership on the global south. Seven, working for new rules and norms in international institutions and mending malfunctioning international institutions. 8, capacity building for ASEAN countries and Pacific Islands and a wider global south. 9, prevention of illegal fishing and pirates. 10, people-to-people exchange. I can go on and on. So this list of cooperative projects suggests that we have lots to discuss to lay a cornerstone for the future-oriented special strategic partnership. So I hope we can have a very fruitful exchange of ideas today on the basis of trust and friendship. Once again, I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude to all the participants who spared time for this Polish dialogue. Last not least, I'd like to thank all the faculties and staff members who have wonderfully organized today's event. Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor Park. Next, I would like to invite Ambassador Singh, Director General of Indian Council of World Affairs, for her opening remarks.
Good morning, Dr. Park, Chairperson of KNDA, Dr. Ambassador Chong, Deputy Foreign Minister for Political Affairs of Republic of Korea, Dr. Lee, President of KIEP, Dr. Sheshadri Chari of the RIS Governing Council, Ambassador Kumar, our Indian Ambassador to ROK, Ambassador Lee, former ROK Ambassador to India. A very good morning, and as stated, and we are gathered here today for the second 2+2 dialogue on ROK India, Partners of Strategic Trust in the Indo-Pacific. We are actually very happy to be here because since the signing of the MOU between the 4 think tanks, 2 on the Indian side and 2 on the Korean side, this is the first time that we are meeting in a physical format. The last session, the last dialogue was held in 2021, and that was online. So we are very happy to be here in Seoul to have a discussion on issues relating to the geopolitics, the geoeconomics, and the geotech changes that are taking place in the world, and to examine within that format the areas of cooperation between our 2 countries. And before I move on to make some remarks, I would like to highlight that for ICWA, that is our think tank, ROK is the only country with which we have an institutionalized 2+2 dialogue mechanism. So that makes this dialogue very special. We are, of course, meeting at a time when the global landscape is witnessing stresses and strains, uncertainty and fluidity. The ongoing conflicts in Ukraine and in the Middle East, the US-China contestations, and a world fractured along east-west and north-south axes makes our work challenging. In particular, for the Indo-Pacific for several reasons. One, Indo-Pacific is where both our countries are located. Indo-Pacific is the center of gravity of economic growth and also of geopolitical significance. And if we look at our 2 countries, India is the 5th largest economy and the world's largest growing economy, democracy, the world's largest democracy. And as time goes on, we look at India as one of the very important geopolitical and geoeconomic player in the Indo-Pacific region and beyond. Similarly, ROK is an influential player in the international community as it seeks to become a global pivot state in the coming years. So both countries are also seeking a rule-based order for stability in the Indo-Pacific region. And we do it because we believe that maritime security and open and free sea lanes of communications are very important for the free flow of global trade. And trade is what several countries depend upon as a part of their engagement. India enunciated its Indo-Pacific vision as Sagar, which is security and growth for all in the region. Similarly, ROK enunciated its Indo-Pacific vision for a free, peaceful, and a progressive region. It is in this background that we will today look at ways and means to strengthen India-ROK strategic and security trust in the Indo-Pacific. We have also seen that from the time of COVID and later the Ukraine and the Israel-Hamas conflict have caused disruptions in the supply chains of food, energy, fertilizers, which have negatively impacted the global south and global growth. Furthermore, the weaponization of economic financial instrumentalities have added to deep distrust. This has necessitated the search for trusted and reliable supply chains. And in fact, in addition, the geoeconomically speaking, globalization today needs to be recalibrated as over-concentration of production in one particular country or region needs diversification, and benefits of growth need to be shared more equitably. So in this context, we look forward to deeper economic engagement between India and ROK. And then on the technology, which is the most significant driver of change in our world today, we know that technologies have to be built on the basis of dependable partnerships. We are looking at working together with the ROK in several of the technological fields, ranging from semiconductors to chips to much broader new fields like AI, which we can work together. There are, of course, issues relating to the governance of AI, which we all need to work together. Lastly, as far as India's foreign policy is concerned, we have a foreign policy which is anchored on strategic autonomy, which means that India takes positions on issues based on its national interests, its values, and promoting global good. This translates into India seeking partnerships across the world without being an ally of any country. At the same time, it entails building stronger partnership with countries with whom it has strategic trust and shared values. And in this context, we look at ROK as such a partner. We also seek to pursue a global order which is more inclusive and better reflective of global realities. Therefore, for us, a reformed multilateral is an agenda, in particular the UN Security Council. Based on our philosophy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the old civilizational concept that the world is one, India takes initiatives like the International Solar Alliance so that we can address global challenges like climate change. And India also shares with the world its experiences, whether it is in IT, digital public infrastructure, and its ancient knowledge of yoga, which has been embraced by the world. So it is in all these fields that we look forward to cooperation with ROK. Dr. Park has enunciated 10 points. I think they are important points and significant points, but we look forward to today's discussions to see how to carry forward our shared agenda of building trust between our two countries. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ambassador Singh. Next, I would like to invite President of Korea Institute for International Economic Policy, Dr. Lee Si-yuk, for his opening remarks.
Good morning, distinguished guests. participants and ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second India-Korea 2+2 dialogue on the theme of partners of strategic trust in the Indo-Pacific. At the outset, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Honorable Chancellor Dr. Park of the Korea National Diplomatic Academy, Director General Ambassador Singh of the India Council of World Affairs, and Dr. Char of the Research and Information System for developing countries of India for their dedication in making this event possible. And it is my great privilege to invite Ambassador Lee Jung-gyu and Ambassador Jeon Byung-won and Ambassador Kumar to honor us with the presence today. The world economy is currently undergoing rapid structural change due to multiple factors, including the rise of trade protectionism, geopolitical tensions, digital transformation, and climate change, to name a few. And there has never been a greater need for countries to work together to address global issues. In this respect, it is more important than ever for Korea and India to take the lead in promoting strategic cooperation, especially in responding to common challenges in the Indo-Pacific region. In 2022, the Korean government declared the Indo-Pacific Strategy for Freedom, Peace, and Prosperity, emphasizing the importance of a strategic partnership with India, a key country in this region that shares a common value with Korea. With the improvement of its production capacity and the business environment, India has taken on crucial role in the global value chain, and Korea is now one of the key partners in promoting global competitiveness of Indian industries. Korea and India's bilateral trade has reached about $25 billion, and more than 500 Korean companies now operating in India, including Samsung, LG, Hyundai, and Kia. Against this backdrop, today's dialogue is both timely and quite relevant. We are now setting a very important milestone for much closer cooperation between Korea and India. I encourage all of you to actively participate in the discussion today and share your valuable insight and expertise in this dialogue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. Last but not least, I would like to invite Dr. Shishadri Chari, member of the Governing Body and Governing Council of Research and Information System for Developing Countries.
Thank you, and a very good morning to all of you. Ambassador Chung Wong, Ambassador Kumar, Ambassador Lee Jung-gyu, Dr. Park, Ambassador Vijay Thakur Singh, Dr. Lee Swook, and friends. It's a great honor and pleasure to be among scholars and economic thinkers of some of the best economic institutions in South Korea. I convey my best wishes and compliments from the RIS and from the Ministry of External Affairs, to which the RIS belongs as an independent organization. RIS, as you all know, was established 40 years back in 1983 as a policy organization, basically on economic affairs. We have 4 pillars, that is global economic governance and cooperation, trade, investment and economic cooperation, trade facilitation, connectivity and regional cooperation, and new technologies and developmental issues. And in the recent years, the RIS has played a very critical role in steering the Asian economic integration process, especially through its participation in East Asia Summit, South Asian economic integration, regional economic cooperation like ASEAN, India, SAARC, BIMSTEC, and also contributed to the deliberations of FTAs and RTA. We have also included two new areas as far as our economic development is concerned. One is the CMEC, which is the Center for Maritime Cooperation, Maritime Economic Cooperation, along with the Ministry of Shipping in India. And we have also started a new venture of the Government of India, which is called Dakshin, DAKSHIN, Dakshin. Literally in Indian Sanskrit language, it means South. And that is an organization that is dedicated towards South-South cooperation, of which India has emerged as a very important pole. So it is in this background that the RIS attaches great importance to the emerging potential of India-Republic of Korea economic relations. We all know that trade and economic relations have gathered a great momentum following the implementation of the Free Trade Agreement, that is the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement signed in 2009 and which became effective in 2010. So we have also seen that the bilateral trade between India and Korea has grown by 21.46 billion US dollars, and in India's import volume now stands at 18.8 billion, while the export volume is something like 9 billion. Of course, we know the situation and we are working towards creating the kind of balance that is required. And it is also important to note that in the recent years, although we have come across a number of milestones from 2010 onwards, India-Korea Electronic Origin Data Exchange System, that is EODES, has been inaugurated to expedite the clearance process of imported goods. It is designed to streamline the implementation of SEPA through electronic exchange of origin information between the customs administrations and of the two nations, specifically for goods that are traded under SEPA. It is in this regard that it also becomes very important for all of us to put our minds together for the next stage as far as SEPA is concerned. India and South Korea has also signed an agreement on 30th November 2022, that is just 2 years back, regarding the Economic Development Cooperation Fund loan of over $1,900 million. So this establishment of an intelligent transport system on the Nagpur-Mumbai Super Communication Expressway project in Delhi. So this practically spans, if you look at the map of India, it spans from all the way from Delhi to Nagpur, and which connects Nagpur to the rest of India in west and east. Nagpur, incidentally, if you look at the map of India, Nagpur happens to be the center of India. Therefore, it is all the more important that geographical center becomes an active participant as far as the trade and commerce in India is concerned. And we all, as earlier speakers have also mentioned, the transitioning world order has also forced us, all the countries in the world, to create new cooperative multilateral mechanisms, which are also in tune with the times that we are living in. And we have to also look into creation of a resilient strategic landscape, which will provide what we call a very conducive atmosphere for economic activities, besides the geopolitical and geo-economic activities which Ambassador Vijay Thakur Singh has already mentioned. And we all about know also, as it was earlier mentioned, in June 2018, Prime Minister Narendra Modi outlined India's vision for Indo-Pacific region. In brief, he called for free, open and inclusive order. And if you see the Korean Indo-Pacific strategy, which was launched in 2022, what we call the 2017 document, the New Southern Policy NSP document, and further on that in 22, the document states that the Republic of Korea no longer just wants to be seen as a middle power. It has to go towards what we call advocating for a free, peaceful and prosperous Indo-Pacific. So it's here that we see some sort of a convergence as far as the Indo-Pacific outlook and policy is concerned between the two countries. There is a remarkable kind of a cooperative thinking and commonality of the thought process and the actions that we are supposed to carry forward as far as the idea of Indo-Pacific is concerned. Needless to say, there are new areas which have emerged as far as the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement is concerned, which was signed in 2009. And 2009 also happens to be a very important year as far as the economic realignment in the global economic realignment is concerned. And from there, in the next 4 decades, South Korea has progressed, and the last 3 decades, India has also progressed in a very monumental way. So we have created newer areas like a cooperative framework for not only shipbuilding, ship repairs, but also outer space, defense, and more importantly, civilian nuclear cooperation, like energy, medicine, engineering, and so many other factors. So in this respect, it becomes very important for us to meet more often, carry forward the agenda that started in 2010, and also progress towards a sustainable development which will take care of all the global issues pertaining to not only global commons but also for social development. So I'm sure the proceedings of this conference, which will follow after the inaugural session, and the convergence of ideas will enlighten all of us to progress towards a greater partnership towards peace, prosperity, and progress altogether. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chari. Next, we would like to kindly invite Ambassador Chong Byung-won, Deputy Foreign Minister for Political Affairs of Ministry of Foreign Affairs, for his welcoming remarks.
Good morning and namaste. Chancellor Park, Director General Vijay Thakur Singh, President Lee Si-wook, Ambassador Kumar, and Ambassador Lee Jung-gyu, and distinguished speakers and guests, and ladies and gentlemen. I'm deeply honored to attend the second ROK India 2+2 policy dialogue today. First of all, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to KNDA for organizing this meaningful event. The 2+2 policy dialogue, first held in 2021, serves as a crucial platform to discuss specific ways to further deepen our special strategic partnership through participation of renowned think tanks in the areas of both security and economy. Today's dialogue holds greater significance as it is held when we are heading into the first year after the 50th anniversary of our diplomatic ties last year. And the dialogue deals with important issues for our two countries, such as changing regional strategic landscape, strengthening of strategic and security trust between Korea and India, and the rise of the global South. I believe that today's discussion will serve as a strong foundation for facilitating practical cooperation and aligning our strategic views on various regional and global issues. Distinguished guests, our two nations forged diplomatic ties in December 1973. However, trade and cultural exchanges between our people date back 2,000 years ago. Our common cultural and historical heritage, such as Buddhism, as well as India's contribution during the Korean War, are shining examples of our deep-rooted friendship. Based upon this long friendship and shared values, and thanks to our joint effort, our bilateral relations have made an impressive progress in almost all areas of mutual interest in the last 50 years. We have achieved several important milestones during the last half century. First, bilateral visits at the highest level were realized in the 1990s. In 1993, Prime Minister Rao became the first Prime Minister of India to visit Korea. And in 1996, President Kim Yong-sam was the first Korean president, to pay a visit to India. In the 1990s, Korean companies such as Samsung and Hyundai began setting up their manufacturing facilities in India, paving ways to their successful business in India today. We upgraded our bilateral ties to a special strategic partnership in 2015, and the culture and the Korea-India CEPA was concluded in 2009 after negotiations for 2 years and 7 months and took effect in 2010. Ladies and gentlemen, during the 50th anniversary of our diplomatic ties last year, there were active exchanges and cooperation between the two countries, including the two summit meetings. And this year, Dr. Jaishankar, External Affairs Minister of India, visited Korea in March. He gave a public address here at the KNDA during his visit. These numerous high-level exchanges demonstrate strong commitment of our two nations to further strengthen our special strategic partnership. Economic security is a critical area of our strategic ties. Bilateral trade continued to grow, reaching an all-time high of almost $28 billion in 2022. Many Korean companies are actively investing in India and contributing to Make in India program. We are also closely cooperating in the defense industry. The Bajra howitzer, produced in Gujarat, is a shining symbol of our robust defense industry partnership. And I'm looking forward to the smooth progress in the procurement of the second batch of Bajra. And science and critical technologies cooperation is also an integral part of our partnership. And I'm very happy to note that we successfully hosted the Korea-India-US Critical and Emerging Technology Dialogue in Seoul. At this critical juncture, when we are witnessing the beginning of the next 50 years of our partnership, I believe that we need to cooperate to forge a shared vision for the future. Based on shared values and aligned visions, we should collaborate to promote peace, freedom, and prosperity in the region and beyond. First of all, Korea and India should work together to promote freedom in the region and more broadly. Our two countries are proud of our democratic system and tradition. We will closely cooperate bilaterally and through collaboration with like-minded partners to strengthen the rule-based regional order, including through the Summit of Democracy we host today. Secondly, Korea and India should promote peace and stability in the region and beyond. We will build on our active bilateral defense and defense industrial collaboration to promote further cooperation on regional security, including North Korea, cyber security, maritime security, and non-proliferation. And lastly, Korea and India should promote mutual prosperity and contribute to global economic development. Given the complementarities between our two economies and India's growing importance as a global supply hub, such cooperation will serve our mutual interest. Distinguished guests, last year we celebrated the 50th anniversary of the establishment of the diplomatic ties, an important milestone in our bilateral ties. I firmly believe that the special strategic partnership between our two nations will continue moving forward over the next 50 years. Thank you once again for inviting me today, and I look forward to working with you to further strengthen our partnership as we embark on another 5 decades of journeying together. And thank you for your kind attention, and I'm looking forward to the fruitful discussion today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ambassador Chong. Next, I would like to invite Ambassador Amit Kumar, Ambassador of India to ROK for his welcoming remarks.
Dr. Park, Chancellor KNDA, Ambassador Vijay Thakur Singh, Director General ICWA, and a former Vice Minister from UFA, with whom I had the opportunity to work. Dr. E. Sivuk, President of KF. Dr. Sheshadri Chari, Member Governing Body and Governing Council of RIS. Ambassador Jeong Byung-won, Deputy Minister for Political Affairs from UFA. Ambassador Lee Yoon-gyu, former ROK Ambassador to India, a good friend, and I have benefited immensely from your advice. Ladies and gentlemen, it is very good to be back here. As Chancellor Park mentioned, our External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, was here for a public address which was very well received. I am very happy to join you all today for this opening session of the second edition of KNDA, KIEP, ICWA, RIS 2+2 Policy Dialogue. The theme of this dialogue, namely ROK and India, partners of a strategic trust in the Indo-Pacific, is both very timely and relevant. We are undeniably faced with a world undergoing significant geopolitical and geoeconomic shifts. The COVID-19 pandemic and the conflicts in the Middle East and Ukraine have all put the spotlight on the need for resilient, trusted, and reliable supply chains. We are also faced with advent of new critical and emerging technologies, the transformative impact of which is not fully understood. What is clear, however, is that most of these technologies are underpinned by advanced computing prowess and digital technologies, and therefore the need for trusted digital transactions, platforms, and products cannot be overemphasized. It is in this backdrop, India and ROK, two leading G20 economies, which are democracies, are market economies, and follow rule of law, must therefore engage each other even more closely than they have done so far. India and ROK today have a fairly extensive range of ongoing discussions. After the hiatus caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, the two sides re-engaged in earnest with the 50th anniversary of our diplomatic relations and our presidency of the G20 setting the stage for intensified contacts. Last year, in 2023, Prime Minister Modi and President Yoon met twice on the margins of G7 and G20 summits, and they directed our officials to further consolidate our special strategic partnership.
Our External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, visited Seoul on 5 and 6 March for the 10th round of the Joint Commission meeting, which he co-chaired with the ROK Foreign Minister, Cho Tae-yul. During the JCM and other interactions in Seoul, there was a clear intent on both sides to deepen our political consultations as well as our technology and industrial cooperation, including in areas such as defense industry, electronics, semiconductors, EVs, green hydrogen, shipbuilding, digital transformation, and so on. They also agreed to accelerate efforts to conclude the CEPA upgradation negotiations to ensure fair and balanced trade and to strengthen people-to-people exchanges. As Deputy Minister mentioned, India, ROK, and the US recently held the inaugural trilateral dialogue on critical and emerging technologies on 12 March. Friends, turning to the Indo-Pacific region, the salience of this region is reflected in articulation of regional strategies by a growing number of countries. The ROK announced its Indo-Pacific strategy in December 2022, followed by an action plan in December 2023. And we note that maritime security, including maritime domain awareness, climate change, development cooperation, and digital technologies are some of the priorities identified for regional cooperation in this action plan. On almost all these areas, India has had a long-standing track record of development cooperation, including in the Indo-Pacific, and it would be worthwhile to explore whether we can join hands to build synergies in our respective efforts. Here I would also like to refer to some of our initiatives in the region. For example, we have established the International Fusion Center in India for the Indian Ocean region. This would also be an important constituent of the Indo-Pacific Maritime Domain Awareness Initiative. We have also established the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure to assist small island states, countries most severely affected by climate change. We have also advanced the Indo-Pacific Ocean Initiative, which is working on practical cooperation focusing on 7 pillars, including connectivity, marine resources, maritime security, capacity building, DDR, etc. Then we have the Quad, which is giving practical dimensions to our vision for a free, open, and inclusive Indo-Pacific through activities ranging from connectivity, disaster relief, pandemic response, climate change, emerging technologies, etc. To conclude, I believe that there are immense opportunities for cooperation both bilaterally and regionally in the Indo-Pacific context. And this 2+2 policy dialogue, which brings together 4 prominent think tanks from India and South Korea together, will be a very important platform to deliberate on and advance ideas of potential collaboration. I'm certain that you all will have substantive discussions today, and we look forward to valuable feedback and suggestions on strengthening the crucially important India-ROK partnership. Kamsahamnida. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Kumar. Last but not least, I would like to invite Ambassador Lee Jung-gyu, former ROK Ambassador to India, for his keynote speech.
Good morning. Namaskar, everybody. I'm very delighted to see this Korea-India 2+2 dialogue resume in 4 years. It's my great pleasure to see many Indian friends here. I hope you will discuss today various ways to strengthen bilateral cooperation between our 2 countries. Before going into detailed discussion, I'd like to urge or remind both Korean and Indian governments that it's time for our 2 countries to pursue really strategic cooperation. As you know, Korea and India celebrated the 50th anniversary diplomatic relations last year. Frequency and intensity of contacts between our two countries have developed a lot during that 50 years of period. Two countries have successfully developed friendly and not bad at all relations. The relationship have reached the level of special strategic partnership, which was agreed in May 2015 during Prime Minister Modi's visit to Korea. But in my opinion, actual relationship between the two countries is not that much strategic, not exploiting the potential to the maximum either. A clear example is that the negotiation for upgrading the existing CEPA, that is, Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, which is very crucial for accelerating the development of relations between the two countries, have not been concluded for more than 10 years. Recent changes in the international situation, especially in the Indo-Pacific region, represented by the confrontation between the United States and China, following China's assertive territorial claims in the South China Sea, its Belt and Road Initiative, and Russia's invasion of Ukraine are increasing the possibility that the relationship between Korea and India will develop to a more strategic level. India has already maintained a very close relationship with Japan for a long time, and India is in dialogue with the United States, Japan, and Australia through the Quad. But India can gain a lot additionally through strengthening cooperation with Korea. Since both countries have China as their neighbor, and it would be of great help if they could have open-minded discussions about China. I'm not sure you are going to talk about China today. Korea is recently strengthening the ROK, US alliance, and is very active in trilateral cooperation, as seen at the Camp David Korea-US-Japan Trilateral Summit last August. This is a clear flag-waving attempt to stand on the American side and the liberal democracy camp in the confrontation between the United States and China, completely different from the previous administration, which took an ambiguous stance between the United States and China. There is criticism within South Korea that President Yoon's actions could draw China and Russia closer to North Korea, making it difficult to obtain cooperation from the two countries in managing the situation on the Korean Peninsula, including the North Korean nuclear issue. Korea's strengthening of relations with India can be expected to have the effect of elevating these concerns to some extent. As the Chinese economy becomes more sluggish and Korea-China relations become increasingly worse than before, many Korean companies operating in China are looking for an alternative China. It is very natural that the emerging India is considered a priority. The Korean government needs to create a political environment favorable to Korean companies entering India. I believe that the failure of the relationship between the two countries to develop into actual strategic cooperation is largely due to Korea's attitude rather than India's. Deputy Minister, you are hearing. This is because while Korea has talked about a strategic relationship in words, in reality, it has had a strong tendency to approach India only from the perspective of economic interest, seeing it as a new market with huge potential. However, it is now time for Korea to change this perspective. This is because it has become clear that it is impossible to achieve only economic benefits without strategic and political cooperation with India. Moreover, in the midst of the US-China strategic confrontation, India's strategic value has grown dramatically. A clear example is that Prime Minister Modi, who visited the United States last June, received a warm reception comparable to that of former Prime Minister Churchill. India is also playing a leading role in BRICS and successfully hosted the G20 summit in Delhi last September. India's visibility in the world scene will grow further very fast. There are signs that Korea and India are changing their views on each other and are moving toward strategic cooperation. As you are aware, Foreign Minister Chong and External Affairs Minister Char held the 10th Korea-India Joint Commission meeting in Seoul early this month. This was the first JCM in 6 years between the two countries. Two ministers had comprehensive talks to develop bilateral cooperation in various ways. Earlier, Foreign Minister Park Jin made an official visit to India on April 7 to 8. This was the first visit by a Korean foreign minister to India in 5 years. The two countries held a foreign policy and security dialogue between Vice Ministers of Foreign Affairs in January of last year and the National Security Office strategic dialogue in August. They are taking actions according to the action plans as a special strategic partner agreed upon by the two countries. Prime Minister Modi and President Yoon Suk-yeol held a summit on the occasion of the G7 summit in Hiroshima last May and also held a summit in Delhi on the occasion of the G20 summit in early September. Their meeting time at the last summit was not long, but discussions were very comprehensive and productive. It may be regarded as a start of real strategic cooperation. In order to keep this momentum moving, there is a need to promote a bilateral visit of a top leader as soon as possible. If Korea and India engage in full-scale strategic cooperation, they could bring many benefits to both sides. First of all, in the midst of the US-China competition, cooperation between the two countries can be expected to have the effect of expanding each other's activity space to some extent. If the two countries begin to view each other from a strategic perspective, they will be able to attempt various types of cooperation in terms of security as well. Additionally, they can provide strength to each other in various multilateral international arenas. In the current trend, where security aspects are being highlighted in the economy, there is great potential for mutual economic win-win between the two countries. The scope of cooperation between the two countries can be expanded in fields such as joint military exercise and training, defense industry, space, aviation industry, shipbuilding, and nuclear energy, and more. We can expect the development of Korea, India, US trilateral cooperation for the stability and security in the Indo-Pacific. In my mind, the litmus test to see whether Korea and India are willing to become true strategic partners is the sluggish CEPA revision negotiation. Rather than pushing and pulling from a microscopic perspective, the two countries should take a more macroscopic and strategic perspective and quickly conclude negotiations for future-oriented cooperation. The two countries need to make efforts to be as considerate of each other's position on each other's major agendas as possible. These include India's push for permanent membership of the Security Council in the United Nations, the northern border issue, and South Korea's North Korean nuclear issue. Our two countries are having very important general elections in April. I hope that our two leaders get together again soon with satisfactory elections results and discuss sincerely the ways to strengthen our bilateral relationship. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ambassador Lee. This concludes the opening session. Before beginning session 1, I would like to ask all distinguished guests and participants from all 4 institutions to have a group photo. Thank you. Thank you. I would like to invite speakers from session 1 to come up to the podium, please. Thank you. 최 교수님, 바로 올라오세요. Thank you. Without further ado, I would like to begin session 1 titled ROK India Perspective on a Changing Strategic Landscape in Indo-Pacific. Chair of this session is Ambassador Lee Moon-hee, Senior Executive Director of IFANS KNDA. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. It's really great to have you all here this morning. I'm Lee Moon-hee, the President and the Senior Executive Director of Institute of Foreign Affairs and National Security. As you listen to all the great remarks by our speakers at the opening session, security and strategic environment in the Indo-Pacific region is fast changing and very fluid. And we made some sort of consensus on Republic of Korea and India has a great potential to tap into for the further develop for the future of our two peoples. To accomplish that potential, I think it is always an idea to understand what is our respective understanding and how to interpret the strategic situations and the regions that we're living in. To that end, I invite 4 distinguished panel this morning from each side. To my right is Dr. Choi Won-gi from the IFANS and Dr. Frege Pandey from ICWA. Also Dr. Kim Jong-un from Kiev and also Dr. Char from the RIS. For this first session, we basically talk about and compare the note about the changing situation and the fundamental shift in the regional security environment. And I invite our distinguished guests to make their presentation and have free discussions among themselves and open the floor for a question and answer if the time allows. So I'm starting with Dr. Choi Won-gi. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Very good morning to all of you. And again, welcome to KNDA, Seoul, Korea, the Indian delegation. We had a very productive bilateral dialogue afternoon yesterday, and today we have this public session. I'd like to make a very short presentation talking about basically 3 things, some of the key elements of Korea's Indo-Pacific strategy in this President Yoon's administration, and then talk about some of the common challenges, geopolitical challenges. I mean, Korea, ROK, and India face together in this current geostrategic environment. And finally, some of my observations about bilateral relations. Well, as eminent speakers in the previous opening session made clear, Korea's Indo-Pacific strategy represents a major strategic shift, strategic repositioning of Korea's foreign policy stance in tandem with the challenges, geopolitical challenges that Korea currently faces. I think one of the most foremost and fundamental element of the Korea's Indo-Pacific strategy is strong commitment to rules-based order. So the priority on rules-based order is based on Seoul's strong sense of crisis in the existing international order. As many speakers in the presentation pointed out, we have many ongoing and emerging challenges. For example, President Yoon has expressed repeatedly in public speeches, both in domestic and international summit meetings, his firm opposition to the unilateral attempts to change the status quo by force, whether it is the economic coercion and muscle flexing and harassment and bullying going on now in South China Sea, the outright military threat which is happening in the Taiwan Strait, as well as the unprovoked invasion of Ukraine by Russia. So the recognition is that our strategic interest, Korea's strategic interest, lies in the existing rules-based order. Korea's prosperity and the kind of freedom and all those political freedom we enjoy is based on the post-World War II international system, multilateral system, free trade system, and all the UN-based international multilateral institutions that provided the very foundation of Korea's economic prosperity. And now this system is being significantly being undermined. So Korea is the Indo-Pacific strategy based on this sort of very urgent sense of crisis. So we are not anymore continue the strategic complacency about our roles and responsibility in joining forces with like-minded countries. So in that regard, under this Indo-Pacific strategy, the most important priority of implementing this strategic vision is to join forces with like-minded countries, of which India is a key strategic partner. If you look at the current the geostrategic situations in Asia in particular, there are a lot of challenges. And in particular, we have strategic challenges related to the rise of China. While the Chinese strategic intention in its grand strategy is not terribly clear and transparent, the emerging strategic narratives, as well as China's increasing aggressions in various parts of the Indo-Pacific region, strongly indicate that China's regional order vision is likely to be at odds with those of Seoul, New Delhi, and other like-minded countries. From Korean perspective, in contrast, New Delhi's vision is geared toward establishing an inclusive rules-based regional order that is diametrically opposed to the ideas of spheres of influence or regional hegemonic order for that matter. In this regard, Seoul's strategic interests are closely tied to the emerging Indo-Pacific geopolitical dynamics in which India, as a rising power on the regional as well as global stage, is playing an increasingly pivotal role in shaping a favorable regional balance of power. So in this regard, I think from strategic point of view, I think India and Korea has a lot of homework to do. Well, so far, I mean, there is nothing negative about the bilateral relations. We have been maintaining very good and amicable relations with a steady progress. But the challenge, if, as Ambassador Lee Jung-gyu cogently pointed out, in order to substantiate the strategic partnership, I think we have some challenges. For example, some wide expectation gaps. So Korean expectation and Indian expectation on each other has some gaps, as the prolonged SIPA upgrade negotiation vividly indicates. And also, we have the lack of sustained attention to each other. We regard each other as important partner, but this interest and attention to each other is not very much sustainable on and off. For example, it is very welcoming sign that Indian External Minister Affairs Jaishankar visited Seoul and delivered a very important message. But if you look back on the Indian Foreign Minister's standalone visit to Korea, it's 10 years. First visit in 10 years. Korean Foreign Minister Park Jin visited New Delhi last year. The Joint Commission was in 6 years, right? But as a standalone Indian Foreign Minister visit to Korea, his visit a couple of weeks ago was first in 10 years. So this kind of things shows some challenges, and also benign neglect for strategic potentials. So I think in order to go over these sort of challenges, I think both Seoul and New Delhi these kind of new, fresh and bold approach. Just like a business as usual approach would not be enough. So we need to make our good relations even better to be able to forge stronger strategic ties. So so in that regard, Korea needs to overcome its short-term transactional approach, the predominantly economic approach toward India. Just regarding India as a big market, I think this is a big challenge. And from Indian side, I think India needs to go over the kind of the conditional and instrumental approach toward Seoul. You need to go over the rather than taking this sort of wait and see approach, you need to take a more proactive and bolder initiative and overcome the kind of stance based on the quid pro quo kind of exchange. So let me conclude. So I think we have a lot of potential waiting for us in order to realize the all kind of potential and truly strike a strategic partnership. The Seoul and New Delhi, as Jaishankar pointed out in his public speech 2 weeks ago here at this very conference room, that we need more political discussions. We need more strategic conversations, so that we make a more strong strategic trust each other, so that we can go over the current barriers of partnership. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Choi, for your presentation. Now I turn the floor to the Dr. Pragya Pandey.
Thank you, Chair, Ambassador Lee. So focusing on the theme of the session, which is on changing strategic landscape in the Indo-Pacific region. In my presentation, I'll briefly touch upon the larger geopolitical landscape, which is there currently in the Indo-Pacific region, followed by India's approach and vision for the Indo-Pacific region. And I would also briefly mention about what South Korea and India can do together in the backdrop of the current changing situation. So to begin with, I just want to highlight that two very significant transformative, or you can say structural shift that the world is witnessing at present, that there is a shift in the global center of gravity from the west to east, from the Euro-Atlantic to the Indo-Pacific region. At the same time, we are also living in the world where we see that economic issues dominate the global politics. Rather, I would say that there is nothing essentially that is purely a foreign policy issue. We see interlinking of geopolitics, geoeconomic and geotechnical issues at present. A multipolar world is emerging with new power centers. At the same time, the Indo-Pacific region is experiencing uncertainty and volatile situation, which is there in the world and in the Indo-Pacific region. With the rise and increasing salience of the Indo-Pacific region, which essentially sort of characterizes the large maritime geography that combines the two large bodies of water, the Indian and the Pacific Ocean, in a seamless continuum. We see that more and more countries are thinking strategically about the Indo-Pacific, and we see a number of strategies and outlooks that have come out from the countries like United States, Japan, Germany, France, and most recently South Korea has also come out of its own Indo-Pacific strategy. Multilateral institutions like EU, ASEAN, and Indian Ocean Rim Association also have their own outlooks on the Indo-Pacific region. Looking at the figures to have a sense of the economic and strategic value that is attached to the Indo-Pacific region, at present almost 65% of the global GDP approximately is generated in the Indo-Pacific region. The region has some of the most critical sea lanes of communication, which are crucial from the point of view of global commerce. Nearly about 25% of the global maritime trade passes through the Strait of Malacca alone. So it clearly shows the significance of the crucial sea lanes of communication which are there across the Indo-Pacific region, from the Strait of Hormuz, whether it is Strait of Malacca. So we see their significance. At the same time, the region also has around 60% of the global population. So clearly, there is a significant economic and strategic value that is attached to the Indo-Pacific region. And a free, open, and inclusive Indo-Pacific is not only significant from the regional security perspective, but is also significant from the global strategic perspective. Looking at the broader strategic landscape, we see that the regional as well as the global order is experiencing rapid developments. Rapid changes are undergoing with the intense geopolitical churning that is taking place. A major change that this century has witnessed is the rise of China, and aggressive China, with its increasing footprints across the Indo-Pacific region. We see that US-China contestations are being played out across the Indo-Pacific geography, including in the areas like Taiwan Strait, South China Sea, East China Sea, and also in the Pacific Islands and elsewhere. US has labeled China as a strategic competitor, as it was mentioned in the National Security Strategy document of the Biden administration, which came out in 2022. It talks about China's coercion and aggression. And there are significant disagreements between US and China on the issues, including trade, technology, semiconductor, 5G, etc., and also the security perceptions of the two countries. So the long-term trend that is there in the relationship at this moment is that of intensifying rivalry. Alongside the deteriorating ties with China, US has also been enhancing its engagement with allies and partners across the region, including the 5 treaty alliances and also the new strategic partnership with Vietnam, the very important Japan, South Korea, US trilateral summit that was held, which sort of marks the kind of a new era of their relationship. Then there is AUKUS and the Quad, which has been elevated to the summit level. So that is an important platform. We see that the Indo-Pacific region has a number of flashpoints, including South China Sea, East China Sea, Taiwan Strait, Korean Peninsula, and another inflection point that has a possibility of emerging as a flashpoint in future is the South Pacific region, which doesn't really get much attention very often. So South China Sea remains one of the most complicated disputes in the world, with recurring tensions among the nations. China has stepped up its activities there and has sort of further militarized the islands, and how the ASEAN's efforts to sort of ease the tension and maintain unity and stability in the region resulted in declaration of code of conduct for South China Sea in 2002. However, we see that 2 decades down the line, the ASEAN's effort to negotiate the COC are still on. In fact, it seems to be derailing of lately. So the situation remains very unstable in South China Sea. So is the case in the East China Sea. In the Korean Peninsula, there is a tense situation is there with the amidst the stalled denuclearization efforts which are there. In the Taiwan Strait, we see that Taiwan is fast emerging as a critical fault line with the rising tension between US and China. On the other hand, we see that Japan and South Korea are changing their strategic posturing. A reshaping of US-Japan ties are taking place. Japan and South Korea rapprochement is taking place. Japan itself is undergoing consequential changes in its defense posture by modernizing its defense capabilities. And it has also announced its National Security Strategy document and National Defense Strategy document in 2023. So these are important developments. So these are the regional issues, but besides the regional issues, the Indo-Pacific region also experiences the spillover effects of tensions elsewhere, like the Russia-Ukraine crisis, Israel-Hamas conflict, which have resulted in volatile situation. Ukraine is not merely a regional crisis. It has broader implications beyond the European security architecture in the long run. Countries, particularly in the global south, have been at the receiving end of the related impacts like the food security, energy security, etc. So now coming to the other side of the Indo-Pacific area, which has traditionally remained on the sideline of the geopolitical contestations, are gaining attention due to great power competition. The South Pacific region, where we see that China's actions are sort of creating apprehension among the regional players and are causing a shift in the regional balance of power in the South Pacific. US has also sort of stepped up its engagement with the small island countries in the South Pacific region, and we see that more and more countries are reaching out to the Pacific Island countries, an area which was not given so much of significance for the past few decades, is now receiving more and more attention from the point of view of great power competition. South Korea also hosted its first summit with the Pacific Island countries last year. So that was an important development from the Korean perspective. So therefore, we see that overall security balances in the larger Indo-Pacific region looks very uncertain. At the same time, we also see that the Indo-Pacific is an important maritime theater, which has an important role to play in the world energy production and global maritime trade. And the region is also faced with the various non-traditional security challenges from the non-state actors like piracy, like armed robbery. There is illegal, unregulated and fisheries, climate change, etc. So these are also issues that needs to be looked into while talking about the traditional geopolitical competition. There are unpredictable situations like the recent episodes of Houthis rebels attack in the Red Sea that forced many of the shipping companies to choose an alternative route. So this has once again shown the vulnerability of the maritime trading routes. So therefore, non-traditional security issues cannot be ignored while we are talking about the traditional security. The Indo-Pacific region does not have an overarching security architecture, and there is certainly a need for a cooperative, transparent, and a rules-based architecture. Here, the role of multilateral institutions like the Indian Ocean Rim Association, the ASEAN is very important in sustaining dynamic multilateralism for a stable and secure regional order in the Indo-Pacific region. South Korea is present in both the platforms, ASEAN and IORA, as dialogue partners. Globally, we see shortcomings of multilateralism has sort of resulted in the need for greater plurilateralism, and there are many unilaterals and trilateral platforms that have come up, like Japan, South Korea, US, Japan, China, and South Korea, India, France, Australia, etc. So there are many trilaterals that have come up over the past few years. They are functioning. There is Quad, which has been propelled by the ongoing change in the global order. It has become an important platform with a broader agenda, which covers areas like global health, security, critical technologies, infrastructure, cyber security, space, climate change, maritime domain awareness, HADR, clean energy, etc. So IPEF, Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, and the IPMDA, Indo-Pacific Maritime Domain Awareness, are the two important initiatives that have come out of the Quad summits recently. So these are the two important initiatives, and I think they are very, very important looking at the current situation in the region. Now, coming to the India's perspective for the Indo-Pacific region, India is a maritime nation. As a maritime nation, it has given its geographical location at the center of the Indo-Pacific region. It is a major stakeholder in the Indo-Pacific region. India's vision for the Indo-Pacific region, which India looks at it as stretching from the shores of Africa to that of Americas. The vision stands for free, open, inclusive, transparent, and rules-based order with ASEAN centrality at its core. India has stood for multilateral approaches and is also committed to effective and reformed multilateral institutions. India works through regional institutions like IORA, ASEAN, and with partners from within the region and beyond. Initiatives like SAGAR, Security and Growth for All, and now the IPOI, Indo-Pacific Ocean Initiative, encapsulates India's vision to build a safe, secure, and stable maritime domain in collaboration with the like-minded countries in a mutually supportive and cooperative manner. The IPOI, Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative, has countries already, those who have joined from ASEAN, Europe, US, Australia, they're already on board. So wide-ranging pillars of IPOI, like the areas of science, technology, academic cooperation, connectivity, etc., they offer scope for South Korea also to join the IPOI, to come on board. So talking about the what Korea and India can do given the current situation that I just mentioned about the strategic landscape and India's vision and Korea's Indo-Pacific strategy. So what both countries can do in the current situation. The two countries have shared close and cordial ties based on shared values and largely converging worldview. They have many positives to build on. Now that South Korea also has a defined Indo-Pacific strategy, both India and South Korea now have a clear vision for the Indo-Pacific region that is for a free, open, cooperative, transparent, and rules-based order. Under the current administration in Korea, the two countries' positions on strategic and international issues are very much aligned. As South Korea looks itself as a major middle power, since a middle power, and also looks towards the global pivotal state, strategic cooperation in the Indo-Pacific region with partners like India on issues related to bilateral, regional, and global affairs is very important. Both India and South Korea have stakes in free and open sea lanes of communication. Maritime cooperation, therefore, is an important area in future looking forward. Marine domain awareness particularly could be explored as an area of cooperation. South Korea recently also participated in the Milan exercises which took place in India. So that is another platform where the navies of the two countries interact. So therefore, maritime cooperation is an important area to be further explored by two countries. South Korea's entry onto the IPOI would be welcoming. India and Korea can further explore opportunities in the areas of technology, connectivity, third country partnership, and in the areas of reliable and resilient supply chains, supply chain diversification, green and clean technology, critical minerals. These are the promising areas for future cooperation. So these issues will be dealt further in the next session, which is focusing totally on the bilateral relationship. So to conclude, I would just like to say that the regional order in the Indo-Pacific region is in flux. And as the world moves towards the greater rebalancing, we need a cooperative, inclusive, and consultative approach and a resilient and reliable supply chains for a multipolar world and for a multipolar Asia. Thank you so much. With this, I'll stop.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Dr. Pandey, for your presentation. Now I invite Dr. Kim Jong-un from Kiev to make his own presentation. Dr. Kim, please.
Good morning. Today I'm going to talk about 3 points. So one is about evaluation on the evolving strategic dynamics in economic sense. And second one is a Korean view on the geopolitical competition between the US and China. And thirdly, I am briefly talk about the priorities for the India-ROK economic partnership moving forward. First, the ongoing global and Indo-Pacific geopolitical dynamics can be, I think, summarized as fragmentation and multi-alliance. COVID-19 has prompted government to strengthen their domestic production capabilities and diversify their supply chains. And they are actively subsidizing and incentivizing domestic and foreign companies to produce within their borders. So the ongoing US-China rivalry and Russian invasion of Ukraine have reinforced this trend. The transition of the international order to have created a strategic vacuum, and it is expected that countries in the Indo-Pacific region will continue to converge and diverge on a regional and issue-by-issue basis according to their own interest. Based on IMF recently calculated that in the most extreme economic blockage or decoupling, hard block, it would reduce about 7% of global output in the long run. So in this sense, multilateralism needs to be reinvented to effectively align global and national interest. But we will have to go through a period of fragmentation and multi-alliance to get there for a while. And so I found that geopolitics is reality of global trade and investment. With increased geopolitical tensions, expected to persist. Geopolitical considerations have become a key priority for investors. So, for example, S&P 500 executives and their lieutenants have used the word geopolitics almost 12,000 times in last year, which is 3 times more than they did 2 years ago. And now geopolitics has become a significant influence on capital flows in recent years. Based on one recent research last year, recent FDI growth has tended to be stronger among geopolitically close countries rather than among geographically close countries. And also the FDI regarding strategic products like semiconductors and automotives is much grows much fast than non-strategic products. The increase in greenfield FDI in core GVC industries such as semiconductors and automotive suggests that global supply chain reorganization is now underway. In semiconductors, the number of global projects increased by 26% from during 2021 to 22. And in automotive, global greenfield investment increased by 53% during the same period. Among these, India has been one of the most active recipients of FDI inflow in recent years, with $49 billion in FDI in 2022. Especially, the inflow of greenfield investment is notable. We have to. It is important to distinguish between strategic competition in general and competition in individual sectors. Technological competition is a fundamental factor in the changing order of the Indo-Pacific. For example, areas such as high-tech, cybersecurity, and digital norms are moving beyond economics and into the realm of national security. The US-China competition is centered on control of core technology sector, and recently I found that US Department of Commerce's activities confirm that high technology is at the core of US-China strategic competition. Secondly, I'm talking about evaluation on geopolitical competition between US and China from the viewpoint of Korea. The US-China geopolitical conflict is weighing on the Korean economy, along with the slowing growth of Chinese economy. As seen in the semiconductor competition between US and China, global supply chains and high-tech have become influenced by values and norms in addition to economic benefits or efficiencies. Furthermore, ROK is proponent of free trade and dysfunctional WTO and rising protectionism is a major risk. Relations with China are important to ROK. ROK is dependent on import of intermediate goods from China around 25 to 30%. And ROK's key industries such as semiconductors and secondary batteries, electronics rely on critical minerals, and China is the world #1 producer of them. Therefore, ROK cannot entirely follow the decoupling or fractional logic of global supply chains. ROK needs to remain open to both the US and China. However, ROK may not be able to take the same position as China in all areas. The digital domain is a prime example. It is difficult for ROK to be fully on board with China's pursuit of global internet governance. As a democracy, ROK has a strong need to cooperate with United States in key industry and technology. In sum, diversifying supply chain and technology network is an important task for ROK amid the ongoing US-China conflict. Also, ROK needs to reduce its economic dependence on China. Korean companies are highly dependent on Chinese market, with export to China once accounting for 25% of ROK's total exports. While the share of trade with China has been shrinking recently, Korea needs to make a breakthrough. ROK's trade and investment with India remains sluggish, considering its potential, especially Korea's ROK's investment to India has been now shrinking recent few years. And amid the competition, the US and China, there is a need for breakthrough of bilateral economic relationship with India. ROK and India need to expand their trade investment ties. They should first conclude the SEPA revision of negotiations as soon as possible. We should find ways to reduce bilateral trade and investment barriers, as well as to find solutions to the bilateral trade imbalances too. From ROK's perspective, India is a potential partner, strong potential partner for mitigating China risk, diversifying production bases, expanding market and innovation. From India's perspective, ROK is a partner in terms of fostering manufacturing and reducing economic dependence on China. ROK's core industries such as shipbuilding, automobiles, electronics, etc. are identical to the sectors that India is strategically promoting. Bilateral economic relations can gain new momentum in the current geopolitical environment. The high-tech and digital sectors are expected to determine the direction of ROK India economic cooperation in the future. In the digital and artificial intelligence sector, the development of common AI standards, the expansion of digital public goods to developing countries, and the establishment of system for data flow and sharing will be the main cooperation agenda. In the case of semiconductor, we should seek to connect India's excellent semiconductor design technology with ROK's development and production capabilities. In particular, ROK can be a partner in terms of R&D and fostering specialized human resources. And in the case of clean energy, India's energy transition level and industrial capabilities are outstanding, and there is high potential to match Korea's needs, for example, green hydrogen. In the case of critical minerals, full-scale cooperation is expected to require large resources, so it is necessary to explore the possibility of cooperation through joint research first. Lastly, it is very necessary for the two governments to cooperate with a long-term perspective. First, we have to find an agenda of ministerial-level Korea-India Industrial Cooperation Commission. And secondly, we have to strengthen the three-party cooperation between India, ROK, and United States regarding critical and emerging technologies. This is the end of my talk, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kim, for your presentation. Now I invite our final panelist, Dr. Seshadri Chari from RIS. Dr. Chari, please.
Thank you, Chair. The speakers before me have made my job a little much easier. So as I was listening to some of their speeches, I have cut down 3 paragraphs, Chair. The importance of Indo-Pacific has been stressed very well, and going by India's stand, on June 1st, 2018, Prime Minister Narendra Modi outlined India's vision for the Indo-Pacific region in his speech, which he delivered at the Shangri-La Dialogue in Singapore. In his speech, he said India calls for a free and inclusive order in the Indo-Pacific based upon respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity of all nations, peaceful resolution of disputes through dialogue, and adherence to international rules and laws. India's concept of the Indo-Pacific is inclusive in nature and supports an approach that respects the right to freedom of navigation and overflight for all in the international seas. India's Indo-Pacific vision is premised upon the principle of ASEAN centrality. India's approach is based on cooperation and collaboration, given the need for shared responses to shared challenges in the region. Again, on November 4th, 2019, Prime Minister launched the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative, IPOI, at the East Asia Summit held in Bangkok. As an open global initiative, the IPOI draws on existing regional cooperation architecture and mechanisms to focus on 7 central pillars conceived around maritime security, that is, maritime ecology, maritime resources, capacity building and resource sharing, disaster risk reduction and management science, and academic cooperation, and trade and connectivity in maritime transport. We have also witnessed that the global economic geography has been undergoing a phenomenal change. The economic center of gravity that shifted after the Industrial Revolution, the first Industrial Revolution, to Europe, US, UK, and then to the US, has swiftly moved towards Asia, which has been signified by the growth that South Korea has made in the last 4 decades. Though the rise of East Asian tigers in the 1960s instigated this great economic reversal, it became pronounced only after the 90s, when 2 Asian giants, India and China, embarked on the path of rapid industrialization. After 1992, India changed its economic outlook from socialist methodology to a more robust private sector industry and economy. Since then, the economic growth engine that was mainly rooted in Europe, UK and America in terms of economic growth gradually shifted to Asia and more pronounced in the Asian South. Given the increasing salience of the Indo-Pacific concept in global discourse, India's External Affairs Ministry also established a new division for the Indo-Pacific in April 2019. The purpose for doing this new department was basically twofold. One, to help consolidate India's vision of the Indo-Pacific across various ministries in the Government of India, in line with the elements set out by the Prime Minister's speech made in June 2018, and also to provide substantive policy elements and programs for that vision. So this division basically deals with all the matters that relates to Indo-Pacific, India-ASEAN relations, East Asia Summit, Indian Ocean Rim Association, that is IORA, Asia-Europe meeting, that is ACEM, even Mekong-Ganga cooperation, and Ayeyarwady-Chow Phraya-Mekong Economic Cooperation Strategy, that is ACMECS. Now, ACMECS is a cooperative framework among 5 countries in the Mekong sub-region, that is Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, Thailand and Vietnam, and mainly aimed at promoting financial cooperation and smart and sustainable development. In July 2019, India joined ACMECS as a development partner along with Australia, China, Japan, Republic of Korea and USA. Now India is working with these partners in this development aspect, and we all know how we have been able to progress as far as this particular architecture is concerned. This is now has developed as one of the most important sub-architecture within the larger Indo-Pacific framework. And this framework gains more momentum if you look at the Indo-Pacific strategy of South Korea. The Indo-Pacific strategy was proposed by President Yoon Suk Yeol in December 2022, which can be defined as a very significant policy initiative based on the fundamental principles of cooperation, trust, and mutual benefit of partners, with an aim to promote freedom, peace, and prosperity. The policy that South Korea has announced also seeks to manage South Korea's economic progress and supply chain flexibility while recognizing its security challenges and threat perceptions. Adopting the Indo-Pacific nomenclature itself indicates that the Republic of South Korea officially subscribes to the emerging framework and attaches great importance to the values of regional cooperation along with other Indo-Pacific partners and stakeholders. Therefore, it is very important as far as this new framework is concerned. It's important to note the convergence of views between our two countries as far as Indo-Pacific and other socio-cultural economic cooperation frameworks are concerned. While India's Look East, Act East policy focuses on strengthening its partnership with the Republic of South Korea, the political leadership in both countries are committed to taking forward the bilateral relationship. The sea lanes of communication passing through Indian Ocean to the Pacific Ocean, covering the entire East and Southeast Asia, is one of the busiest and strategically significant trade route in the world, accounting for nearly 70% of the world's energy trade. Both India and South Korea rely heavily on the intra-regional sea lanes of communication and transportation. More than 77% of India's foreign trade is transported by sea, and more than 90% of South Korea's energy imports and 30% of its total exports pass through the Indo-Pacific Maritime Transport Corridor. Therefore, strengthening India-South Korea partnership in the region and in Indo-Pacific is of strategic importance for both economies. India's geographical advantage of proximity to the Indian Ocean region makes it a natural additional power in the whole region. Korea's contribution to anti-piracy operations in the Gulf of Aden, where it participated in the Combined Maritime Forces (CMF) as part of the international efforts to conduct maritime security operations, should be seen as a very valuable experience to share with India for the security of Indo-Pacific region, especially in the current context of what is happening in the Red Sea, where piracy and attacks on commercial traffic, maritime commercial traffic, has become an endemic problem. This problem can be tackled only if Asian countries, especially those which are committed to free and open Indo-Pacific, come together and find an amicable solution, not only for the issues that have emerged in this region, but also in the form of flashpoints in the region. The need for an alternate to fossil fuel as a source of energy has always remained the priority of many economies of the world, especially the Western world and the European Union countries. The European Union especially meets nearly 40% of its natural gas requirements from Russia, also the biggest oil supplier to the bloc. However, the dependence on Russian energy is uneven throughout the bloc, since few countries are more dependent on Russia for energy than others. The Ukraine crisis and its fallout as such, and the sanctions and disruptions of the oil and gas supply chain mechanism, has added an element of urgency in the quest for sustainable and affordable green energy. Solar energy is a key focus area in India's efforts to transition to green energy based economy, as well as in the country's partnership with European Union and other countries. So we need to also develop a greater energy connectivity and large scale decarbonization. A similar approach needs to be done for the global south through our cooperative framework. India, like Republic of Korea, does not want to develop Indo-Pacific as a bulwark against any one particular country, but rather wants Indo-Pacific to be a global platform for cooperation, collective growth, and sustainable growth. What is important for both countries is to see to it that while we pursue an economic growth trajectory, we should also remember that we are committed to sustainable development goals to be completed by 2030, which leaves us only 6 years to meet the target. Instead, I do not want to sound pessimistic, but 6-year period looks a little difficult for all of us to attain that target. Therefore, it is all the more important for us to highlight some of the few issues that the sustainable development, the 17 sustainable development goals look into. And if we can zoom in on some of these goals so that our two countries are able to cooperate and contribute towards fulfilling those targets. The most important element that comes in the way of achieving sustainable development goals are some of the flashpoints and disputes in Indo-Pacific, and these disputes are no longer bilateral. They have to be seen as an integrated, just as economy is getting integrated, these challenges and problems and after effects of flashpoints are also getting integrated. Our problems are no longer isolated and peculiar to one country. They have a tendency to become common problems calling for joint solutions. Therefore, the emerging contours of Indo-Pacific region has multiple challenges, but the solutions that this new entity offers is very substantial and far more in numbers compared to the challenges. We have more solutions than challenges. If we have a cooperative security and economic architecture, I am sure both India and South Korea can cooperate and make Indo-Pacific work better for us so that we become useful and successful partners in the emerging new world order. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Char, for your presentation. Among our panelists, is there any further comments on the presentation, or I will open the floor for the question and answer? Anyone? Okay. We have about 15 minutes left for this session. So if any of you have any questions to our panelists, please raise your hand and ask questions, please. Yeah. Before asking questions, I would like to ask you to introduce yourself first to our panelists.
오케이. 저는 영어가 좀 부족해서 한국어로 하겠습니다. 예, 발표 잘 들었습니다. 저 한국 오케이, 땡큐, sorry. 저는 한국도시재생연구원의 김종영이라고 합니다. 발표 잘 들었고요. 마지막 발표하신 센서트리 차릿 이사님께 질문하겠습니다. 인태 전략하면은 사실 미국 중심으로부터 시작해서 중국 내지는 인도로 부상하고 있습니다. 가장 중요한 건데 사실 인도는 중국이야 당연한 거지만은 인도는 미국에 대해서는 굉장히 비협조적이보다는 그렇게 미국에 따라서 따라가게 한다든가 협조를 한다든가 그러지는 않습니다. 이게 전략상. 그래서 미국에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시는지를 좀 말씀해 주시면 고맙고요. 그 다음에 이제 근거지에 내륙면에서는 네팔이 있습니다. 네팔이 있는데 네팔하고는 모든 에너지 석유나 아니면 가스나 그런 것들을 파이프라인으로 해서 네팔을 공급하는 걸로 알고 있습니다. 근데 거기에도 바로 미국이 있는데 미국에서는 굉장히 견제를 하고 있는 걸로 알고 있습니다. 그래서 미국에 대해서 인도 정책에 대해서나 모든 외교 문제 그에 대해서 어떻게 생각하고 계시는지를 좀 말씀해 주시면 고맙겠습니다. 네, 감사합니다.
Thank you. I will collect some of the questions and have our panelists to answer those questions for the sake of time. So is there any other questions to our panelists? Okay, then I think Dr. Chari, you may answer the questions.
Yeah, thank you for that very important questions. Which you have raised a number of issues. In fact, first of all, as South Korea has pointed out, India's Indo-Pacific strategy is not dependent on the Indo-Pacific strategy of any other country. So we have an independent Indo-Pacific strategy, and all countries which are now coming towards forming an Indo-Pacific strategies, and not only countries but also institutions like ASEAN, for example, or BIMSTEC, for example. These institutions also have a common strategy towards Indo-Pacific. So it will be, we should remember two aspects as far as our respective Indo-Pacific strategies are concerned, and also to coordinate all our strategies and viewpoints towards Indo-Pacific as a common viewpoint. So there cannot be the question of India tilting towards one particular country or following the policy of that particular country towards Indo-Pacific. As we all know, Indo-Pacific is the confluence of two oceans, the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. These two oceans do not belong to any one country. There are more than 120 countries, and if at a later stage, sometime in next few years or few decades, if not few decades, at least few years, if we are able to institutionalize Indo-Pacific, that would probably become the second most largest country members besides United Nations. So that is the importance of Indo-Pacific. Therefore, no country can be seen as tilting towards one particular country. That is the first thing that I would like to say. The second thing is, India believes, like South Korea, India also believes in maintaining a good amount of strategic autonomy as far as some of these issues are concerned. So we maintain our relationship with the US is very good and it is progressing. But that does not mean that we align our security and economic interest and also the interest that we have and the challenges that we face in our region to that of the US. We have seen this in two particular cases. As far as sanctions are concerned, US imposed sanctions on Iran, Russia and Myanmar, and we followed the US sanctions, but it was very detrimental for our security and strategic footprints in these countries. So this time around, we have openly told United States that we will not be able to align with their approach towards sanctions towards Iran, Russia and Myanmar. So we follow what we call an autonomy as far as our strategic interest in not only in economy is concerned, but also in the region. So from that point of view, your third question was about Nepal. I don't think Nepal consumes as much energy as any other country in the Asia consumes. We have very good working relations with Nepal, and no two countries are closer culturally, economically and people to people contact as India and Nepal are. They are very, very close to each other traditionally, historically, economically and socially. Therefore, any problem that Nepal faces as far as its energy requirement is concerned, India will always rush to it. In fact, we have been working with Nepal also from the point of view of clean energy, especially hydro energy. We have a working relationship with Bhutan on the same lines, and India has provided and continues to provide budgetary assistance to Bhutan as well as Nepal as far as their energy requirements are concerned. India has constructed 5 hydro energy projects for Bhutan: Tala 1, Tala 2, Chuka 1, Chuka 2, Wangchu, and Wangchu 2 is also being constructed now. And the same situation applies to Nepal also, where we are constructing hydroelectric projects for Nepal. And Nepal is sitting over something like 64,000 megawatts of power. But Nepal will not be able to consume that kind of power. So they have to sign a power purchase agreement with India and Bangladesh and any other country that they want to supply. In this respect, in fact, as far as Nepal is concerned, on economic issues, both China and India are cooperating as far as and working together as far as some of the issues in Nepal is concerned. So I don't think India would like to follow any other country as far as its economic and strategic approach towards the neighbors are concerned, towards India's immediate neighbors are concerned, towards India's extended neighborhood is concerned. We are worried about the presence of some 1 or 2 hegemonic power in these areas, but that does not restrict us to have an independent approach as far as Indo-Pacific is concerned. I hope I have been able to answer some of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chari. Is there any? Oh, Dr. Okay.
I'd like to ask a question to Dr. Chari. It seems to me that you have multiple challenges from China. Of course, you have the Himalaya border issue, and also in international forums, international institutions like UN. I think China tried to pose some of the challenges. For example, in UN reform, you mean the Security Council reform, I think China is the only country that does not really support India's entry into the Security Council. And also you have the NSG issue. China poses a strong opposition to China. And also China tried to bring the issue, the Kashmir issue, to multilateral fora. And also China has tried to make inroads into the India's neighbors. So I think you have multiple, not only at the regional level, bilateral, regional, global level, multiple challenges. So my question to you is, what would be China's goal in doing all of these things, in raising the cost for India? I mean, obviously, China is rising, but India is also rising, right? So, what would be the your perception about Chinese perception of India? So, what would be China's goal in doing all of this?
Okay, Dr. Che, we have another question from the floor. So after listening to that question, that we will open the floor for the answer. Okay, please.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to Dr. Kim.
Yeah, please introduce yourself first.
Yeah, myself, Dr. Priyadarshi Das from RIS. My question is to Dr. Kim. You mentioned about, the ambassador also mentioned in the morning that Korea is equally concerned about the Chinese assertive behavior in the Indo-Pacific region and also in economic. So, what is Korea's response in terms of the supply chain disruptions that we are witnessing today? And is Korea trying to diversify its sourcing from China to any other country in the Asia? And how much importance India is for Korea in that respect?
Thank you for the questions. So now I turn the floor for the Dr. Char first, and then Dr. Kim, please.
Yeah, again, thank you for that question. It's very important question. What you have said is very correct. We have, of course, multiple challenges from China, but these challenges are not so big that they are unsurmountable. So we have a very good working relationship with China, especially after 1962. There was a very big frozen relationship, which was then slowly both countries realized the importance for having a peaceful border and negotiated settlement as far as the border issue is concerned. So it was very important for both countries to keep the borders free from any incidents. But very unfortunately, it worked very well till about 2014, 2008, 9 and all that. But then probably more because of certain internal issues that China was facing, they had certain other designs as far as the border issue is concerned. So they physically and forcefully wanted to change the border equation, which did not work in their favor. So this raised two very important points. Number one, as China progresses in its economic growth and it poses challenge to America as far as the global position of preeminence is concerned, it also wants to signify its position of power in the region. So in order to do this, it is not averse to committing some kind of aggression and also expand its power beyond its territories. The second thing that this incident, especially in the Galwan region, proved was that India is militarily capable of tackling the aggression committed by China. India had proved its military supremacy towards Pakistan and also towards Pakistan in 1971, which resulted in breaking of Pakistan and creating a new independent country called Bangladesh. So India's strength as a soft power and also as a hard power was exhibited through all these incidents. So I think China is not only conscious of India's strength, but also is able to come to a conclusion that they are no longer dealing with an India of 1962 or 1947 or 1950. They are dealing with a new India which can work on soft power as well as hard power situations. As a change of tactics, China has now tried or trying to pose challenges for not only India but also for other Asian countries as far as the global issues are concerned. There are a number of issues where China and India have cooperated, have worked together and are on the same page. But it is also important for us to think in terms of issues that pertains to global commons. So these issues like India's representation in the United Nations or the reforms in United Nations itself are not questions that are peculiar only to India. For example, the challenges that Asia faces and the challenges that the rest of the P5 countries faces are not different, and India's representation and UN reforms are important not only for India but for the entire world. It is very evident that United Nations has not been able to resolve some of the worst conflicts that have taken place in the last 2 decades. Even now, we are seeing 2 very major conflicts. One in the form of Russia-Ukraine conflict and another one in the form of Israel-Palestine conflict. So I particularly refer to Israel-Palestine and not Israel-Hamas because Hamas is not a country, it's just an organization. It's a terrorist organization. So United Nations has unfortunately been not able to rein in some of these forces which are responsible for creating these flashpoints. Therefore, it is all the more necessary for all of us, especially in the Asian South, to remember that UN reforms are important not only for India but for the entire world, because our economies are integrated, our problems are also integrated, and the solutions will also have to be integrated. So I see these issues as very peculiar. As far as Kashmir issue is concerned, India has always held and continues to hold the view that Kashmir is a bilateral problem between India and Pakistan, and we are not ready to accept any third-party mediation as far as Kashmir issue is concerned. And we expect all countries to respect this view, just as we respect China to respect this view. And India respects the two-nation, India does not accept the two-nation theory. And we also respect China's position in the region. Therefore, it is important for China to realize that bilateral issues are best left to India and other countries to resolve rather than make it an international issue. So we feel that it is important for China to realize the importance, realize this view of India and respect our sovereignty as far as these issues are concerned. I hope there will be a change of attitude and view as far as these issues are concerned. I think this should be enough.
Thank you for your question, Dr. Dash. Let me first explain briefly about recent trend of FDI and trade. First, it's not easy for Korea to diversifying the sourcing, especially intermediary goods. Still, Korea is heavily depends on imports from China, especially intermediate goods. Meanwhile, export to China is quite decreasing. So for Korea, in a short term, it is not easy to diversifying the sourcing. But the other situation is that last year, Korea's investment to China has dramatically decreased. I'm not sure it is a temporary or consistent trend, but I think one trend among Korean companies, they first now in the recent geopolitical situation, they invest to advanced countries like US. So now maybe I think that investment to China could be sluggish or even decrease for a while. And maybe it could be a trend. So in case of India, now it's anecdotal, but Korean companies, besides conglomerates, they are moving to India because their buyers are now increasing their production base in India, and their buyers invite vendors to enter India. So Korean, even small firms, now considering enter India. So, but in general, for Korean companies, sourcing from India or sourcing India is not so easy, frankly speaking. So in recently, most important route to enter India for Korean firms is investment, not trade. Especially India's export to Korea, the production composition is very simple. So it seems it is not easy to solve this problem in short term. But in case of FDI, it is different. Korean firm could increase investment in India for their production basis, and they will find vendors in India. So it could be the potential situation I expect. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Char and Dr. Kim. Okay, it's almost time for us to conclude. I hope this session will help you to understand the changing dynamics and landscape in this Indo-Pacific region, and also make you prepare for the further discussion in the following open sessions. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Ambassador Lee. This concludes session 1, and we will now take a break. Session 2 will resume at 1:50. See you soon. Thank you. Good afternoon. I hope you enjoyed lunch, ladies and gentlemen. We will now like to begin session 2, titled Ways to Strengthen ROK India's Strategic and Security Trust in Indo-Pacific. Chair of this session is Ambassador Thakur Singh, Director General of ICWA. Thank you.
Thank you, and we begin our second session, which is Ways to Strengthen ROK India's Strategic and Security Trust in the Indo-Pacific. And to discuss this topic, we have two very eminent speakers. We have Dr. Lange, who is a research fellow in ICWA, and then we have Dr. Chu Wandek, assistant professor, KNDA, and that would be followed by two interventions by two of the discussants, Dr. Han, who is a research fellow at KIEP, and Dr. Priyadarshi Das, associate professor in RIS. Well, to really just set some sort of markers for our discussion, if you look at India-ROK relations, I would probably look at 3 to 4 milestones which define our ties. First of all is the ancient linkages between our two countries. It is, it's from time millennia old, so we have that base on our relationship. The second milestone would be 50 years of the establishment of diplomatic relations, which was last year that it was observed. So during those last 50 years, you were building your ties on various spheres and various verticals. India had enunciated its Look East policy, and then after its Act East policy, ROK on its side has articulated its new Southern policy. So within that context, we saw our relationship grow to a strategic partnership, and from there onwards to a special strategic partnership. In this period, we saw political contacts and economic linkages grow. The next marker came at the time when we were looking at the Indo-Pacific. India enunciated its Indo-Pacific Vision 2018, and ROK enunciated its vision in 2022. Now, those also provide us frameworks in which we can cooperate. We have various pillars under which we can cooperate. I hope our discussants look at that. And then I think as we look into the next 50 years, what do we have to do? We have to bring we have the economic engagement lens. We have to add the strategic and security dimensions into this relationship. So with this, I give the floor now to Dr. To make his presentation. First of all, Dr. Lange. What we do is we'll keep each presentation about 15 minutes, and then we will take in our discussions and see how much time we have and take questions from the floor. So I give the floor now to Dr. Lange.
Thank you, ma'am. 안녕하세요. I'll just begin with my presentation or my perspective right away. Over the past 5 decades, our nations have fostered a remarkable partnership, expanding cooperation across diplomacy, culture, economics, and people-to-people exchanges. Now, South Korea, through its journey since the Korean War, has emerged as a responsible regional power, and India, meanwhile, has experienced exponential economic growth, elevating its global standing. Recognizing this shared trajectory, South Korea recently also articulated the comprehensive Indo-Pacific strategy through the Strategy for a Free, Peaceful, and Prosperous Indo-Pacific Region, as well as the national security strategy that you have, and then the action plan that was mentioned in the earlier panel as well, which was issued in December of 2023. So all these emphasizing a rules-based order and sustainable prosperity. So India has also been actively pursuing international cooperation and a leadership role in promoting stability and development for the global south. So these converging strategic visions that we have presents a unique opportunity for both ROK and India. Strengthening the ROK-India cooperation can serve as a powerful force for a stable, prosperous Indo-Pacific. However, while progress has been made, further efforts definitely are needed to solidify our strategic trust in a more comprehensive and substantial manner. And these can be through building on shared interests. Our strategic partnership rests on a foundation of shared interests. Both ROK and India face common challenges in the Indo-Pacific, which are maintaining a rules-based order. The maritime domain is vital for our economies, and we share concerns about unilateral actions and the erosion of international law in the South and East China Seas, countering maritime threats, that is, countering it through maritime security initiatives. Piracy, terrorism, and illegal fishing threaten regional security and economic well-being. And South Korea has already, through its new Indo-Pacific strategy, has recognized the Indo-Pacific is a critical area as a major maritime logistics route. So it has to always maintain a presence there in the Indian Ocean region, in the eastern coast of Africa, to protect the maritime shipping consignments. So India, of course, offers a very its experience in having its experience as a preferred security partner in the Indian Ocean region for securing the sea lines of communications. So this kind of constant prevailing situation in the seas of Indian Ocean region and the African coast, it provides us the opportunity to, not just improve our strategic trust, but also help us also have interoperability as well. And then we have cybersecurity. The rise of cyber threats demands coordinated responses to protect critical infrastructure and ensure a stable digital environment. Sharing best practices and developing joint cyber defense strategies can definitely strengthen regional cyber resilience. Climate change issues. Both nations are acutely vulnerable to climate change impacts. Cooperation in disaster risk reduction, renewable energy development, and climate adaptation is crucial. And collaborating on clean energy technologies, disaster risk reduction strategies, and sustainable development initiatives, these can address the shared challenges of climate change. We have the supply chain resilience, through which we have in the past, the COVID-19 pandemic had exposed vulnerabilities in the global supply chains, and we are both major players in global trade. So there are emphasis on exploring ways to further extend cooperation to these areas of resilient supply chains, working both bilaterally as well as with other countries. Cooperating on to diversify supply chains, promote resilient manufacturing ecosystems can benefit both nations and contribute to regional economic stability. And how to translate shared interests into actions, we can focus on several key areas. Defense and security cooperation. Joint military exercises and training can enhance interoperability and foster mutual understanding between our armed forces. So with the constant prevailing situation of protecting the freedom of navigation in the open seas and securing the sea lines of communications, there is a further need for regularizing and institutionalizing bilateral maritime exercises between the two countries. And then information sharing on maritime security threats and cyber threats can strengthen regional security architecture. We have the IFC IOR, which has been already mentioned in the first sessions as well. Collaborative defense production. This also was mentioned in the previous panels as well. This collaborative defense production can leverage each other's technological expertise and create a more robust defense industry. Perhaps as mentioned by our panelists previous to this, that we can maybe develop a product for a third country and that can be developed with a like-minded country. So these kind of collaborative defense production are also something which we can always look into. Economic cooperation, expanding bilateral trade and investment can diversify our economies and lessen dependency on any single market. We need to have the review of the CEPA as soon as possible. And then collaborating on infrastructure development can strengthen regional connectivity and facilitate economic growth. And then deepening cooperation in critical and emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and clean energy can propel both nations as innovation leaders. Last but not the least, we have also the people-to-people exchanges. We have these educational and culture exchanges have been building bridges between our societies and fostering mutual respect and understanding. And we also have had many exchange programs and fellowships. And we have appreciation for the K-pop and the K-dramas, as well as the Koreans have appreciated India's Natu Natu. And then we have the promotion of youth engagement through academic exchanges, I mentioned. We can have joint research projects and culture events, which can cultivate future generations. So, but then there are, of course, challenges and challenges that provides us the opportunities, and we need to address them. There are definitely challenges like navigating the great power contestations. Both India and South Korea are impacted by the security environment in the Indo-Pacific. So US-China tension and competition have entangled the Indo-Pacific as a central arena, leading to difficulties, and especially for stakeholders like South Korea and Japan. So this building of partnership between ROK and Japan, that is, they are recalibrating ties, can be considered as one of the ways forward to build trust in the Indo-Pacific. There is widespread concern about the proliferation of nuclear technology and repeated ballistic missile tests. These are basically, there is a pressing need to address these proliferation of nuclear and missile technologies, and at the same time, we need to have navigate these challenges through clear communication, a focus on shared interests, and a commitment to build trust. Open and transparent dialogue can ensure a strategic partnership, complementing the existing alliances without creating fiction. Thank you so much. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Langil. You have outlined a number of areas in which working together to build strategic trust can be worked on. So with this, I give the floor now to Dr. Chu Wandok, Assistant Professor, KNDA. You too have about 10 to 12, 15 minutes.
Thank you, Ambassador Singh. For my presentation, let me begin to review and evaluate South Korea's strategic and security engagement with India in the past. Frankly speaking, our bilateral relationship has witnessed a steady and gradual growth of the past 50 years since we had diplomatic relationships in 1937. ROK India cooperation has been achieved across the multiple domains, including diplomacy, economic, trade, culture, and people-to-people exchanges. The partnerships actually has undergone successive upgrade, as you know, evolving into the strategic partnership in 2010, and subsequently maturing into a special strategic partnership in 2015. However, Seoul's engagement with India in the past has historically been marked by inconsistency. Is short of in strategic vision and predominantly bilateral. More importantly, our bilateral cooperation was not well suited to the changing strategic circumstances in the Indo-Pacific region. So, now the South Korea has changed and developed as a the advanced country, and also the India has a dramatic change and has risen of the years in the global stages. So, but international relations has dramatically changed over the last decade. So we are now confronted with multiple challenges that only a few great powers can hardly address. So countries like Korea and India need to play a leading role in maintaining the rules-based international order and global governance. So for that reason, now is the right time for ROK and India to accelerate strategic cooperations. So, as Korea pursues its Indo-Pacific strategy for the first time, it has clarified its strategic directions and has come to share its strategic vision and interest with India in the Indo-Pacific. However, strategic convergence is not enough to strengthen strategic solidarity, and strengthening strategic cooperation is not taken for granted. So how can we strengthen strategic trust as well as a strategic cooperation between India and ROKs? I would like to suggest some number of the recommendation for improving our strategic relationships. Basically, strategic relationship between two countries should be a comprehensive and multidimensional partnership in the next 5 decades. I think the priority for doing so is developing strategic trust as today's agenda posits. But the reality is that India does not seriously as I think, consider ROK as a reliable strategic partner compared to other like-minded countries in the Indo-Pacific from my personal perspective. But if you look at the opinion survey conducted by Indian major think tanks, such as the Observe Research Foundation and also the in other area, Brookings India. So survey conducted by them do not consider Korea to be a viable option for India's strategic partner selections. This stands in sharp contrast to the inclusion of countries like the US, Russia, Japan, Australia, China, France, and Singapore. So I think the strategic situation at the time of forming the special strategic partnership in 2015 is totally different from those in 2024 right now. So we need have a new momentum, and then the new momentum is necessary. So first of all, I think we should strengthen strategic dialogue and communications. As I said before, with the announcement of Korea's Indo-Pacific strategy under the Yoon administration, Korea and India now share a strategic vision and understanding regarding the Indo-Pacific as a strategic space. Consequently, both countries should enhance and strengthen strategic communication from high level to working level through various dialogue channels. So you know that currently two countries have several dialogue platforms, including the Vice Ministerial Dialogue, Level Dialogue, and Joint Commission of two countries' foreign ministerials-led dialogue, and the NSC Strategic Dialogue, and so on. But I think it's not enough. We need more platform to share strategic visions and interests, not just at the high-ranking level, but also at the working level on various issues of cooperations. So in addition, I think now we have the Korea-India 2+2 think-tank dialogue right now, but I think there is very few number of the think tank level communication and strategic dialogue platform between two countries. I think we need to expand the networks like this 2+2 dialogue platform based on different issues such as defense and technology and climate change and so on. Second thing is that we need to establish a multi-layered channel to explore not only bilateral but also trilateral and unilateral strategic and security partnerships, aiming to strengthen a rules-based order in the Indo-Pacific region and forge a collective front for regional stability. I think that to achieve this, it will be necessary to establish unilateral security platforms involving India in various fields, such as maritime security and cybersecurity and supply chain and so on. By doing so, the space for security cooperation between Korea and India can be expanded. So at this point, we have the first dialogue channel between the U.S., Korea, and India on critical and emerging technologies. So I think we need more government level trilateral cooperation in terms of the three countries' interest. So in that sense, I think we can consider ROK India UA and partnership and ROK India and Japan partnership, and also ROK India Vietnam partnership, depending on issues like maritime cooperation or the renewable energy and the cooperation on Global South and Mekong cooperation and so on. And the second thing is that I think this is one of the most important direction for two Koreas to improve strategic cooperations. The ROK India and India can seek a partnership, reliable partnership for the Global South. current Korean Yoon Suk-yeol administration is looking to be a global pivotal state. For example, in September 2022, President Yoon, in his address to the UN General Assembly, highlighted the need for global cooperation to mitigate the risk of the increasing gap between nations, from digital access and green transition to the fight for the global health. In similar vein, President Yoon attended the G20 summit in Delhi last year, and he also reiterated it at the meeting. So Korea and India have the potential to forge a strong partnership that would benefit both countries and the wider global south. So it is what the two countries want to do as responsible stakeholder in the region. So I think it must be helpful for strengthening the strategic trust between the two countries because we share exact visions and interest. Lastly, I think we need to more focus on the cooperation on maritime security and maritime domain awareness, not only in the Pacific region, but also especially Indian Ocean. As you know, we are witnessing right now the crisis and the conflict and the piracy in the Red Sea and in a broader way in Indian Ocean. So Indian Ocean served as a crucial maritime transportation route for Korea's trade and energy import. So the safety and stability in the Indian Ocean is definitely direct interest for Korea's national interest. So in this sense, as Dr. Rangel mentioned before, it is necessary to enhance joint military maritime training and exercise between two countries' coast guards and the navies, such as maritime safety and counter-piracy operations and disasters relief. I think recently there was an instance like the Indian Navy has taken control of the cargo ships in the Indian Ocean. That the ship was actually hijacked by Somali pirates, but the Indian Navy safely evacuated the crew members. But the important thing is that that ship contains iron ore of Korean company and also Korean expert. So in that sense, the cooperation on maritime security in Indian Ocean also has become much more important than before. So in that sense, I think we need to, invigorate and strengthen the cooperation on the maritime security through the multiple platforms that India right now is leading. For instance, Indian Ocean Naval Symposium. Unfortunately, ROK Navy will join as an observer partner. The Indian Ocean Naval Symposium, and also there is one unique information fusion center for strengthening maritime domain awareness in that India possessed, like information fusion center Indian Ocean region. So many countries dispatched their liaison officers to this center, but now, however, Korea has not, and so sooner or later, I hope the Korean Navy and our government will dispatch our liaison officer to Information Fusion Center Indian Ocean region, and especially in the sense that we are witnessing the rise of threats in the Indian Ocean, which threatened our commercial and economic security interest in the Indian Ocean. So in addition, we have multiple channels such as IORA, Indian Ocean Rim Association, as Korea as a dialogue partner in 2018, and also like a combined maritime forces in which Korea has for a long time engaged as a member, while India became associate partner in 2022. So in this sense, through this format and platform, two countries can collaborate on the maritime security issues. So lastly, I think as Korea has recently launched a number of the maritime dialogue with the Philippines and right now Vietnam, and also I think for the Indian Ocean maritime security, I think Korea also need to launch maritime dialogue with India. So that's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chuwandak. I can see agreement between the Indian presentation and your presentation with a considerable amount of focus on maritime domain and on strategic communications. With that, now we will have our two discussants intervene. I give the floor to Dr. Han, who is a research fellow at KIEP. Dr. Han, you have the floor.
Hello, I'm Hyungmin Han. I'm a research fellow at KIEP, and I'm a discussant for the presentation that we have seen in the session. So I agree all the points that have made by two distinguished speakers here. As a discussant, I would also like to add some few words on the importance of partnership between Korea and India in the Indo-Pacific regions. First, I would like to start my discussion with what the strategic relationship means between the two countries. We are all researchers, so I would like to start from the definition of this word. So generally, a strategic relationship between two countries refers to a close and long-term partnership based on shared interest and objective. So it means that to have a strategic relationship, two countries needs to have a common interest and objective. So this is a very important concept in the definition. So having a shared interest and objective is a necessary and sufficient condition of the strategic relationship between two countries. Also, the strategic relationship eventually leads to a high degree of cooperation and coordination across various sectors, including political, economy, security, and diplomatic spheres. So two countries in strategic relationship aims to enhance mutual security, promote economic prosperity, and advance shared strategic goals in regional and global contexts. So naturally, our discussion leads to why Korea and India need a strong strategic relationship. I think this is because Korea and India have a shared interest and objectives in this global environment settings. As two speakers have already pointed out, a few regions, I think there are two main drivers. The first is about global challenges. The current global landscape presents numerous challenges, including disruptions in supply chain and complex trade issues. And this type of issue cannot be solved by one country's effort. The Korea and India are active members of global economy, and two countries are facing the same global challenges. So, such as supply chain disruption, global environment regulation, and US-China conflict, and so on. So coordinated response from both nations are effectively mitigate these global and regional issues. And another point is about future economic growth. As we all know, Indo-Pacific region is an economic powerhouse, and both Korea and India are significant players within the sphere. By fostering strategic trust, two countries can create deeper economic cooperation, and this can lead to achieving sustainable economic growth, resilient supply chain, propelling innovation in critical technology advancement, where two countries have a common interest. So next, I would like to highlight how Korea and India can promote or upgrade strategic relationship in addition to the suggestion from our distinguished speaker. From the definition, now we know that having a shared interest and objective is important for the strategic relationship. Over the past years, Korea and India have shared and exchanged interests, especially in the economic sector. Many Korean firms are making their investment in India market, and some companies are having a great success in India market. Also, Korean firms start to use Indian intermediate goods and services to produce final goods. We can see from our trade trends of trade between Korea and India. So even though there's a lot of potentials in the future in economic sector, we can say that two countries' economic relationships are concrete, showing the concrete improvement. However, if you think of the meaning of strategic relationship, two countries need to fortify not only the economic sector, but also two countries need to work on cooperation in various areas, such as security and diplomatic matter, which the two speakers already have pointed out. So to have more cooperation in this various sector, I believe that one of the important tasks that Korea and India need to do is to promote more frequent and regular strategic dialogue and exchanges. This is very important because two countries need to have more common understanding of each other. And to achieve this, first, we need to have more frequent high-level exchange. Regular dialogue between leaders, defense officials, policymakers can pave the way for trust building and shared visions for two countries. Also, we need to have more people-to-people exchange. Encouraging academic, cultural, and business exchange can foster mutual understanding and building long-term trust between citizens. So all in all, by working together in this area, I believe that the Korea and India can forge a robust and enduring strategic partnership. And this partnership serves not only as catalyst for the security and prosperity of both nations, but also as a beacon of stability and progress for the entire Indo-Pacific region. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Han, for your comments. I now give the floor to Dr. Priyadarshi Das, Associate Professor at RIS. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I think, like Dr. Han, both the speakers have referred to the wider gamut of the security concerns in India and Korea and how they could sort of align in the larger Indo-Pacific framework that we are discussing. I'm not in disagreement with them, but it could be the degree of agreement on certain issues and some disagreement on that. First of all, to Dr. Cho's observation that India didn't take much of interest in Korea as a strategic partner may not be entirely true, because if you see the literature, scholarly literature, before 1990, both the countries were maintaining distance from each other because of their own preoccupation in the post-independence development focus and other things. You were obsessed with the dealing with the North Korea and others. In fact, I found in the scholarly literature reference to that India's mediation in your election, post-election, India's role in that, mediating role. Korea in fact suspected that whether India is favoring North Korea. And that was not the position. India maintained a strategic neutrality that time of not favoring either of the two countries. So it was dealt as India's role was expected as a democratic nation, and India played that. The point of the obsession in the domestic focus, India in the neighborhood and you are in the dealing with Japan and others. So that was not a conscious realization or recognition that India did not want to take interest in Korea. So, but what happened because of the economic reforms of India in 1990s, the Look East policy followed by Act East policy, and your growing concerns with China, and then a militarization of South China Sea, all these made a case for organically coming together as strategic partners. So that was the building up of the strategic partnership from early 90s. And literature is quite clear about that. They were not skeptical of each other, but they somewhere not finding a common ground of coming together. So there was a lot of organically coming together because of these push and pull factors. But otherwise, your all observations, I appreciate your point that you bring Indian Ocean into the Indo-Pacific debate, because Indian Ocean region is actually the seed for Indo-Pacific cooperation framework to sort of come to the shape that we see today. Both the speakers have referred to very good points. Dr. Langel referred to disaster risk reduction. In fact, if you know that, if you have followed G20 presidency of India, India has introduced a new working group on disaster risk reduction, because it is an important area for bilateral cooperation and regional cooperation as well. So introducing a new working group means that G20 countries will continue to follow the debate and find the ways to collaborate in these areas. And then you also made a point, Dr. Cho, that there has to be acceleration of the strategic cooperation. I fully agree with you, because strategic cooperation is not just defense and maritime security. Where we begin our journey of economic cooperation, the strategic economic cooperation also matters, like sourcing critical minerals, working in the emerging areas for cooperation. So these are those strategic applies to economic and defense and other areas, including social development areas. So, and both of you also referred strategic communication and information sharing. I think in the security parlance, what matters is that the real-time inputs for strategic planning and monitoring in the maritime domain. So if the sharing of information is proper, happens in a cordial manner, then both the countries could prevent any kind of untoward incident in the maritime space, because maritime space is no longer a space for fishing or deep sea mining. It is just a major sea route for trade and commerce. So protecting that maritime space is equally important. And don't forget that we have enough of untapped potential as far as blue economy and ocean economy is concerned. So the maritime cooperation should also take a view of how to protect this maritime space, not just for defense and security purposes, but for harnessing the ocean resources for sustainable development and meeting the developmental challenges. I'll take 1 minute, madam. So I think that those are the major points. The relevance of the maritime discipline, what we sort of follow through UNCLOS, and you refer to IU fishing. I would also add migratory species. So these are the quite contentious areas as far as Indian Ocean Rim Association debate is concerned, because I was part of that study for 5 years. Since 97 till date, Indian Ocean Tuna Commission and others, they are there. But a sort of a binding commitment is not there as part of the IORA functioning. So how would that maritime security and maritime commons, protecting maritime commons and bring that discipline within the UNCLOS framework in the Indo-Pacific needs to be seen by countries. The last point is, why do we stress on maritime connectivity? Which connectivity is for development. Connectivity in all forms, physical, maritime, digital, is all to find the bridge between the two countries, how to connect in a seamless way. So connectivity for development is the broader framework. Within that, maritime connectivity fits. As I said, the maritime connectivity within the Indo-Pacific framework is the topmost agenda. That will help ocean resources contributing to development, building trust among countries, and the overall strategic cooperation ambitions will be realized. So I'll stop here. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, Dr. Das. You have, of course, spoken of another very important concept, is that we speak about economic cooperation, but you said that we should look at strategic economic cooperation as well as we look at building our relationship and taking and building trust between our two countries. So with that, I open the floor for questions, comments, and remarks from the floor. Introduce yourself.
Yeah, I am
Dr. Kim Jong-gon of KIEP, and I have a question to Dr. Rangel or Dr. Dash, maybe both of you. So my first question is about the potential of Korea-India cooperation in digital domain, digital sector. Maybe it is directly related to economic security, not just economic benefit. So it's my first question. And my second question is, I know that many regional or unilateral initiative now India is leading. So is there any room for potential or room for Korea-India cooperation? So it's my two questions. Thank you very much.
So I give the floor. Who would like to take the floor first? Dr. Das, would you take the floor first?
I could not follow. Sorry, Dr. K.
Ask about the potential in connectivity project. Now India is pay attention or reading. So in regional or Indo-Pacific level, whatever. Yeah. Thank you.
So in the digital domain, I think I have read it, but I'm not be able to tell you the exact process where both the countries are involved. I'm forgetting that. But if you see in terms of emphasis, both the countries, because you are also equally advanced in terms of digital sophistication and digital transformation. India is witnessing a rapid pace of digitalization across sectors. And as a result, the government of India is able to successfully implement many of its welfare schemes which are meant for the ordinary people. And those are getting flawlessly executed. I'll be speaking in my next intervention about fintech. So the digital governance spectrum, in addition to the commercialization, commercial benefits of digitalization, the application of digital technologies in financial services, in manufacturing, artificial intelligence and all these, digital governance, which the federal government and the state governments are now leveraging on, this is something which India's homegrown experiment. We call it Aadhaar. Aadhaar is a biometric made national identity. And you won't believe, during COVID, when the entire world was shut, India could successfully run its welfare schemes to transferring the support programs to farmers, communicating to them through mobile messages and all these. So there are homegrown experiments which India has already experienced, and there is room for collaboration between two countries. But I see that there is some mechanism both the countries are talking on that. In terms of connectivity, if you see the speech delivered by our External Affairs Minister here, he has referred to China Vizag corridor, Chennai Vizag corridor, and one more project he mentioned. Both it matters to the Korea also, because Korea has committed 2 infrastructure projects. Economic Cooperation and Development Fund has committed supporting 2 infrastructure projects. So he illustrated this point precisely because he wants to emphasize that connectivity is a key area of investment where Korean investors can invest. So let me recall by the time Dr. Langel responds, let me recall that project what he mentioned.
Dr. Langel,
trilateral highway at India, Thailand and Myanmar, that he also referred in this speech.
Thank you. You have the floor now, yes. Dr. Langel.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Kim, for that question. I'll take the second part of that. From what I understand, you wanted to get a overview of the regional or many lateral initiatives, and if there is any potential initiative with Korea, between India and Korea. I think we have discussed, and even Dr. Ondaksho had also mentioned about the potential trilateral between India, Japan, South Korea, which can definitely be something that can be institutionalized. We can look into areas such as the critical and emerging technologies as well. If not, then we can have the area focused on maritime security. Apart from that, then we also have potential for India, ROK, Vietnam. Both ROK is also a comprehensive strategic partner of Vietnam, and we also have a very strategic partnership with Vietnam. So it's an ideal situation to have that trilateral as well in the Indo-Pacific domain. And if in terms of initiatives, I think we can suggest is the IPOI, which is what we have been focusing on also. It's a very, the USP of India is capacity building, and by combining our strengths, that is, you have the USP of science and technology, we can definitely collaborate on the science, technology, and academic collaboration pillar of the IPOI. That would be from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Langel. I think these interventions require more comments and more discussion. I give the floor here to Dr. Pragya.
Thank you, ma'am. My question is to Dr. Cho Wondok. You spoke about maritime cooperation between India and Korea, and how recently you also spoke about IONS and Korea joining as an observer. So you must be aware of that, IORA has its own Indo-Pacific outlook, and now that Korea also has its Indo-Pacific outlook. So what convergences that you see that are there in India's outlook and IORA's and Korea's, and now that Korea and India have both also welcomed ASEAN Indo-Pacific outlook. So MDA is one area that you have mentioned, but what are the other areas where, as both the countries focus on maritime cooperation, they can focus apart from the MDA? What are the other peculiar areas that can be focused when we talk about maritime cooperation? And also recently Korea has joined Milan exercises, which India hosts. I think past 2 exercises Korea has been participating, sending its ships. So what are the other, these kind of, interaction, how to promote the Navy to Navy cooperation between these two countries as we talk about the Indo-Pacific and maritime cooperation in the broader Indo-Pacific region? So how do we look at these two areas? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cho.
Yeah, thank you for good questions. Maritime cooperation between the India and ROK, I think, as I mentioned before, sea lines of communications from the Indian Ocean through the Malacca Strait and South China Sea is very important, critical for our national interest, and especially economic security and energy security. I think in this sense, I think our maritime cooperation with India in the platform like a Coast Guard and the Navy is actually the institutionalized, but not frequent and not the regularized and not the deepening. And so it's a very low profile of the cooperation from my perspective, compared with it to other India's like-minded countries such as Japan, Australia, and France. So in that sense, I think we need to boost up our maritime cooperation between ROK Navy and Indian Navy, and also the Coast Guards between two countries regarding the military exercises, especially the disaster relief and also humanitarian assistance, and also the anti-piracy activities for the military exercise. And you mentioned the Milan exercise, and from my own perspective and personal perspective, and we are now joining the Milan exercise. You also have the other military exercise. I forgot the name exactly. Very famous Malabar exercises. Thank you. And the 4 Quad member countries frequently holding the Malabar exercises, and also the other like-minded countries that joined, depending on the situation. So in that sense, Korea also need to actively engage in the Malacca exercises because it must help for Korea to improve the interoperability in the maritime domain in facing non-traditional military and non-traditional security challenges in the ocean. And you mentioned the Navy to Navy cooperation. As I mentioned before, our naval cooperation between two countries are very, embryonic and very low profile. As I said before, we need to boost up. As I said before, we need to dispatch the naval licensed officers information fusion center for improving our domain awareness capacity. So because our Indo-Pacific strategy now is more emphasized on strengthening Korea's own maritime domain awareness, which is previously is a very the rare items for our strategy. So we now, in addition to maritime security cooperation, the maritime domain awareness cooperation is a new and another the important component of our Indo-Pacific strategy. So in that sense, Korea and India can collaborate. So I have questions to Indian experts. One of the most important initiative and strategy initiative of India is as you mentioned before, the Indo-Pacific Ocean Initiative, IPOI. So do you have, I think, the 7 pillars, right? Yeah. So I just curious about what kind of actual project and initiative within the 3 pillars that other like-minded countries embarked, collaborating with India. And one question, and 2 question is about India-US initiative, which was launched in new initiative in last year, June, during the summit between the Prime Minister Modi and President Biden. So from that, there's an initiative like United States naval ships can visit your port for repairing and logistics. So what is the progress regarding the initiative between India and the US?
Dr. Langel, would you take the questions on IPOI?
On the question on IPOI, basically, I understand you want to know which countries are collaborating on the IPOI. For now, we have countries such as Japan, Singapore, UK, and the Vietnam as well, France as well, on different pillars of the IPOI. Definitely, the projects I'm not sure in detail, but I think maybe Dr. Dash can mention some of them in detail. And apart from that, as I mentioned, the initiatives that possibly which we are looking ROK to collaborate on would be sustainable infrastructure development, technology advancement, and human capital development. So these are the areas that under the science, technology, and academic collaboration pillar that perhaps we can, invite ROK to lead on this pillar, or maybe join as one of the partners of this pillar.
I won't be able to add in much now, but the sectors what he was referring to, maritime connectivity and other areas, harnessing blue economy, these are very much part of IPOI. But the specific projects, I think I'll get back to you. I'm not very sure of, I've recently followed anything on that. Even though I know about the ambition of the IPOI, but the specific projects, Dr. Joe, I'll let you know later.
Any other questions from the floor? You have, Dr. Han has a question.
So I have a question for Dr. Langel. You mentioned about like-minded countries. So, and if we read the paper, many reports saying quoting the word like-minded countries. But my question is, this can be difficult or very simple, but is there any specific criteria for India to distinguish like-minded countries? Because is it some country can identify as a like-minded country for the criteria with the political having the same political structures, or some might identify as a like-minded country because on the economic relationship. So I just want to know how India triage like-minded country. I'm asking, hoping that Korea is a like-minded country for India.
Dr. Langel.
That's a very simple answer. Yes, Korea is the like-minded country that we are looking forward to have, stronger special strategic partnership with in the Indo-Pacific. And that's why we are, always putting Korea in the contemporary times at the center and asking them to also see that how we are building this trust between the two countries. And we look forward to that actually South Korea considers us as the like-minded countries as well. Thank you.
Dr. Dash, you have the floor.
Dr. Han, I think what you are inquiring that whether there is objectively can we identify based on certain variables, that's not the case. When we use the word like-minded countries, in principle we have certain values that we agree, that we don't believe in interfering in others' sovereign issues. You don't have any history of aggression, military aggression. You agree in principle that yes, whatever global challenges other countries are facing, we look for amicable solutions. So like-minded country is not a sort of rigidly defined term. It's a loosely used term, but it is a term which we understand in our common vocabulary, that we don't disagree on major things what everybody agrees. But if you want to go by an economic methodology, that whether India and Korea have same political structure, India and China never had a same political system, but we are talking about several areas of comprehensive cooperation. So I would say that we can't be so methodologically correct, but what happens in practice is that you believe that you are not violating any major universal values of global governance. No, so human rights, the sustainable development, protecting territories. So if you have respect for that, then broadly you are that. Of course, in the strategic calculus, the like-minded countries would be that whether we do the China blaming shaming game or not. We can't say in public, but in principle, Korea feels the same threat, India feels the same threat, other Asian countries feel the same threat. But we need to deal the issue together. So that's the like-mindedness priority that we have.
There is a question that Dr. Langel wishes to ask. Dr. Langel, you have the floor.
Thank you, ma'am. Actually, this is just any of the Korean delegates in the panel can answer this. Regarding the strategic trust or recalibration of ties that is building between ROK and Japan, I would like to know your views on that, and considering that there are still some underlying tensions, if we have to look at it, perhaps maybe one of the Korean delegates can maybe give their overview of how this ROK Japan recalibration of ties and strategic trust is looking forward. Thank you.
I'll give the floor to both the delegates. Dr. Chu, would you like to respond first, and then Dr. Han?
Okay. That's a very important question, and previously, whenever I met the Southeast Asian experts regarding the ROK Japan relations, at the time of we have a comfortable relationship period, they actually concerned about that because the both Korea and Japan are very important partner for ASEAN member countries. After the Yoon administration and our the active engagement with in Japan, the Southeast Asian experts said that they are to a large extent they feel comfortable with both countries. I think every countries have I think the most of countries have the good relationship and on certain issues and a little bit uncomfortable issues in certain areas. The relationship cannot perfect in all domains. Some domains we feel uncomfortable. Some domains we should be comfortable for our national interest. In that sense, we have still some the uncomfortable issues with Japan, but we also have looking forward to improving relations with Japan in other areas, which is very important for our future generations and also the in changing international circumstances. So and also we are facing the increasing threat from North Korea in terms of the nuclear weapons development and the missile technology improvement. In that sense, we have very strong incentive to cooperate with the U.S. as well as Japan. At the same time, our government is now pursuing contribute to the diplomacy in the world, especially the global south, because previously in the past we are the aid recipient, now we are aid donor, and we have a very strong responsibility to engage in international relation and international society development as a responsible stakeholder. And so in that sense, I think we need to cooperate with Japan also, because Japan also wants to maintain the status quo and the rules-based international order. For Korea also want to maintain status quo international order and liberal international order. Those kind of the vision are to a large extent match. In that sense, we can have room for cooperation. So, that's my observation.
Thank you, Dr. Chor. Dr. Han.
Thank you very much for the good questions. So, I think we can start from the structures of Korean economy, because Korean economies, as we all know, is a small open economy, and that means that in case of outbreak or external shocks, Korean economy actually affects quite a lot, and Korean economy actually fluctuate a lot from this outer shock. And one of the big outer shock is the U.S.-China conflict, and from this, Korea need to diversify the trade partners. And this kind of U.S.-China conflicts are mostly focused on the high-tech sector, such as semiconductors and the batteries and so on. And due to this U.S.-China conflict, Korea need to have stable partners other than the traditional partner. And Japan is the one who actually have a lot of raw materials and their technologies in this high technology sector. So for Korea's many Korean companies now need to have incentive to cooperate with the Japan and Japanese firms. So from this, I think the global environment changes actually give pushing the changes of this relationship between Korea and Japan, even though we do have some historical tension.
I think we've come close to the end of the session. What I would say that our discussion has been rich. We have heard perspectives, both the Indian as well as the Korean perspectives. It is clear now that there is a desire on part of both the countries to look at convergences convergences so as to build greater strategic trust. There is the fact that we do have the convergence in terms of building a rule-based order. I think that is one convergence, and I would possibly think that that makes us like-minded countries. And also, as you work to build strategic trust, you also look at sectors in which we can work together and work more deeply together. So in that way, it's also an issue-based trust that we work on. The second is both countries are looking at stability in the Indo-Pacific region, essentially because it is a region where we are seeing a lot of contestations. And first amongst them is looking at amongst the other things of blue economy, more sustainable use of the oceans. We are looking at the maritime domain in its broadest term, but in particular as maritime security. And building trust in that particular pillar. It was in that context Dr. Langil was speaking of the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative of India and the 7 pillars. The 7 pillars are actually quite populated now. We've had deep interest shown by several countries across regions who have their own Indo-Pacific strategies. They have joined India in one or the other pillar. And as they join the pillars, the work program works out, and then you start working on projects. So we do look at ROK joining a pillar. I think so. The suggestion from the floor was, could it be science and technology and academics that ROK could look at? So that was a specific suggestion. Then we did look at they're working more closely in terms of strategic communications, as well as looking at in the defense, building up defense partnerships. So how to build those defense partnerships is something which some amount of discussions took place, but not too much in detail. So we do look forward to that. The other idea was to look at building trilaterals. We already have one, which is functioning between India, ROK, and the United States on critical and new technologies. There were suggestions that maybe we could look at other trilaterals in the region. So that is another suggestion which came from the discussions that came today. And broadly, I think there is a felt need as ROK changes its approach, I would rather put it that way, that it's bringing in an element of strategic thinking into the Indo-Pacific space, that it opens greater possibilities for our two countries to look at strategic trust, building strategic trust. So with that, we conclude the session. We are 2 minutes ahead of 3 o'clock, but I would say that we've had very stimulating discussions, and I thank all the panelists for their remarks and the discussants and the questions from the floor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ambassador Singh. This concludes session 2, and we will now have a short coffee break. The last session will resume at 3:20. Thank you. Good afternoon. So we will now like to begin our last session titled The Rise of Global South and ROK India Development Partnership. Chair of this session is Dr. Kwak Sung-il, Executive Director of Center for Emerging Economy Studies, KEIP. Thank you.
Good afternoon. It's my honor and privilege to moderate this important session, the rise of the Global South and the ROK India Development Partnership. First of all, I want to briefly touch the context for our sessions. Last year, when India hosts G20 summit, India make developing countries important issues become known to the world. For example, food and energy problem, a debt problem, and need for green and digital growth. India also make a new group called Voice of Global South for developing countries to share thoughts on global issues and how to reform international groups. India also make cooperation groups like International Solar Alliance and a coalition for disaster resilient infrastructure to support inclusive development in Global South countries. India gives grant, loans, training to help development of Global South partner countries. ROK also aims to work as a global pivotal state, supporting freedom, peace, prosperity in the world. Korea also wants to help development of Global South like India. For 20 years, Korea expand development financing focus on Southeast Asia. In 2024, Korea expanded development financing budget for India by 10 times from 2023 because India is important partner in Indo-Pacific area. In this seminar, we explore ways for Korea and India development partnership to become strong globally. Korea and India have much experience in development, so they can offer much help to Global South countries through joint projects. I invite you to share insightful ideas and explore new ways to work together so we can make a more sustainable, inclusive, and prosperous future for Global South. Now, I would like to introduce our esteemed speakers and discussants. Okay, it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Kyung-hoon Kim, a research fellow at the Korea Institute for International Economic Policy. Dr. Kim's expertise lies in analyzing the political economy and industrial policy of developing countries in Asia. Dr. Kim holds a PhD in development studies, political economy from King's College London, where his research focuses on the pivotal role of state-owned entities in economic development. Dr. Kim's dedication to research and his depth of knowledge make him a respectable authority in his fields. His insights into economic policies are invaluable for understanding the complex dynamics of development in Asia. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Kyung-hoon Kim as he shares his expertise with us today.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kwak, for your introduction. In this presentation, I will discuss the potential for a development partnership between Korea and India. I'll first discuss Korea's efforts to strengthen bilateral development cooperation with India. I'll then show that India is now a major provider of development assistance in the Global South, making India a key partner of traditional donors, triangular development cooperation. Finally, I'll review the opportunities and challenges in strengthening development cooperation between Korea and India. Until recently, Korea's official development assistance, or ODA, to India has been minimal. Between 2010 and 2022, the sum of Korea's ODA to India was a mere $23 million out of Korea's ODA, which was almost worth $27 billion. In other words, India accounted for less than 0.1% of Korea's ODA during this period. And as the graph on the right shows, in 2022, India received just over $3 million, or 0.1% of Korea's ODA, and ranked 59th among Korea's ODA recipients. And these figures are very surprising considering the size of India's economy, and development needs. Korea's ODA to India, in addition to staying small, has had a different composition from other countries' ODA to India. Korea's ODA has mainly been in the form of grants up to 2021. In contrast, major donors' funding to India has been in the form of loans. Loans accounted for 4/5 of total ODA provided by members of the OECD Development Assistance Committee, or DAC, to India in 2021. As you can see in the graph on the right, the expansion of ODA into India over the past 2 decades has been driven by loans. Given this situation, the Korean government has been trying to establish mechanisms and institutions for strengthening development cooperation with India. I'll briefly review the key milestones. In 2017, Korea and India signed an agreement concerning loans from the Economic Development Cooperation Fund, or EDCF, which is in charge of providing concessional loans to developing countries on behalf of the Korean government. This agreement provided basic information and general terms, and we can regard its signing as a key turning point in Korea's ODA strategy in India. It is worth highlighting that India accepts concessional loans from only a handful of countries. In 2021, for example, India accepted concessional loans from only 6 countries: Japan, Germany, the European Union, France, the United Kingdom, and Finland. Then in 2021, the Korean government listed India as one of its priority partner countries. India thus became one of 27 priority partner countries that Korea's development partnership strategy currently focuses on. In the following year, the Korean government announced its country partnership strategy for India and highlighted key areas of development cooperation. And in 2023, Korea began its first concessional loan project in India. This project involves establishing the intelligent transport system of the Nagpur-Mumbai Supercommunication Expressway. And perhaps most importantly, Korea is currently in the process of signing a framework arrangement with India involving a total concessional loan of $4 billion. Framework arrangement reduces the burden of making separate arrangement for each concessional loan project, thereby accelerating development cooperation between the 2 countries. And once signed, this arrangement will be Korea's largest, as it will eclipse the framework arrangement with the Philippines and Bangladesh, worth $3 billion each. On top of preparing various mechanisms and institutions to strengthen Korea's development partnership with India, Korea has started to put its money where its mouth is. So Korea's ODA budget for India increased 6-fold in 2023, and as Dr. Kwak said, it is expected to increase 10-fold in 2024, as you can see in the graph on the left. As a result, in 2024, India will see the largest increase in bilateral ODA among priority partner countries. And as the graph on the right shows, India will account for almost a quarter of the net increase in Korea's ODA to priority partner countries. This will mean that India's rank among Korea's priority partner countries will increase from 25th in 2022 to 7th in 2024, and its share will increase from just 0.2% to 6.7%. Korea's bilateral development cooperation with India aims to focus on 6 areas, namely regional development, transport, water, health and sanitation, environment, green energy, and information and technology. These areas have been chosen by considering India's development needs and Korea's strengths, and they are stated in Korea's India country partnership strategy that I mentioned in a previous slide. As the table on the right shows, Korea's planned development projects in India are closely linked to these areas. Also note that most of Korea's new development financing to India will now be in the form of loans rather than grants, and it will be provided to large projects. So to sum up, considering Korea's great interest in India, we're likely to see an acceleration in the 2 countries' bilateral development partnership in the coming decade. Korea can strengthen its development partnership with India through trilateral or triangular cooperation mechanisms as well. Many traditional donors are seeking to collaborate with India in carrying out development projects in 3rd countries. The reason behind this phenomenon is simple. India has become a major provider of development assistance to the Global South that uses diverse policy tools and platforms. India's Ministry of External Affairs leads India's development partnership with developing countries. The key divisions, as shown in this table, are the Development Partnership Administration, or DPA 1, 2, 3, and 4 divisions, the Economic Diplomacy Division, and the Rapid Response Cell Division. So let's take a look at the performance of India's development partnership over the past decade. So since 2014, the Indian government has provided grants and loans to developing countries worth $8 billion. Recipients have mainly been India's neighboring countries in South Asia and Eastern Africa. On top of their historical ties with India, these countries are important in terms of India's security as they are located in the Himalayas and the Indian Ocean. The largest recipient is Bhutan, where India has been providing large financing for developing hydropower dams. And India has also been providing lines of credit through its Export-Import Bank. Again, the largest recipients are mostly in South Asia. Bangladesh is India's largest recipient of lines of credit, and financing has flown into various sectors. The flagship project in Bangladesh has been the Maitri Superthermal Power Project. Yet, as the map on the right shows, many more countries also receive India's lines of credit. As a result, the share of others in the bar graph is much larger for lines of credit. This pattern is due to India's use of lines of credit to support its companies' overseas expansion to new markets, especially in Africa. India has also supported developing countries' capacity building through the Indian Technical and Economic Cooperation, or the ITEC program. We're seeing a gradual increase in the number of ITC slots, and India has trained more than 10,000 people from developing countries every year since 2016. ITC offers participants an opportunity to stay at educational or research institutions in India and to attend lessons and experience the country's culture. And another key pillar of India's development partnership is cultural and heritage cooperation. India has been financing the restoration or reconstruction of historical monuments and buildings in developing countries. As India focuses on supporting projects that have religious value, this type of partnership is sometimes called temple or religious diplomacy. India is also supporting developing countries in dealing with humanitarian crises and disasters. Its role was under the spotlight during the COVID-19 pandemic, as the country became a major global vaccine manufacturing hub. With its capacity to produce vaccines at scale, the Indian government provided free vaccines to neighboring countries under an initiative named Vaccine Maitri. The Indian government is also providing emergency use medicines and disaster relief materials to countries in need. And finally, India has been leading the establishment of development-focused multilateral bodies aimed at tackling challenges and supporting sustainable growth in the global south. The key examples that are already up and running are International Solar Alliance and Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. India also announced the establishment of the One Future initiative to promote digital public infrastructure and the Global Biofuel Alliance to support energy transition in the global south at the G20 New Delhi summit. So given this performance, many traditional donors view India as a key pivotal partner with a wealth of development know-how and experience, and now development financing. As the diagram on the left shows, triangular partnership usually has three types of stakeholders. The beneficiary partners are the recipients of external support to tackle specific development challenges. The facilitating partners, which are usually advanced countries and multilateral institutions, coordinate the partnership and offer financing and technical support. The pivotal partners, which are usually leading big developing economies such as India, offer solutions to the identified development challenges based on their experience and knowledge. And as pivotal partners have become richer, they're increasingly participating in financing as well. And as you can see in the table on the right, India has been an active participant in triangular development partnership, especially in Africa. And there are signs suggesting that triangular development partnership, as well as India's contribution to it, will strengthen in coming years. This list shows some traditional donor strategies of formalizing and expanding triangular development partnership involving India. Many of these countries regard the mechanism of this partnership as an important pillar of their Indo-Pacific strategies. Korea does not yet have a formal plan on triangular development partnership, but it is considering this mechanism to be an important one. And when Korea decides to use this mechanism, India will inevitably be a major partner with whom Korea will want to collaborate with. Now, I would like to conclude by highlighting several opportunities and challenges in establishing a development partnership between Korea and India. In the area of bilateral development cooperation, Korea's increasing interest in India as a key economic and security partner is translating into a huge rise in ODA, especially in the form of concessional loans. We're therefore likely to see acceleration of bilateral development cooperation in the next few years. There are also many opportunities in the area of triangular development cooperation because Korea and India are renowned for their remarkable development experience. Both countries have complementary know-how with which they can create synergy in helping the global south. For Korea, collaborating and carrying out development projects in its priority partner countries, which are also India's neighboring countries such as Nepal, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka, might be a good starting point. And Korea participating in the discussions of sub-regional cooperative bodies in South Asia, such as BIMSTEC, might also offer opportunities. Furthermore, Korea should seriously consider joining India-led multilateral development initiatives such as the ISA and the CDRI, as the External Affairs Minister, Dr. Jaishankar, suggested when he visited Korea this month and spoke in this exact same room. And as the saying goes, it is better late than never. The two countries must also be aware of potential challenges in their future development partnership. First, Korea has little past experience of development cooperation compared to traditional donors. Therefore, interaction between Korea and India's development cooperation specialists has been limited. Accordingly, there's a high possibility of misunderstanding when negotiating and implementing development projects. Second, the two countries need to be aware of their differences in their international strategic positions. So development partnership policies are now more explicitly presented as a key pillar of countries' foreign policy. Therefore, the partners and areas in which countries are willing to provide development support reflect their global strategy and goals. So while Korea and India share many values and are key partners in various countries' Indo-Pacific strategies, they also hold different views on some world problems and have different bilateral relations with certain countries. So what do these opportunities and challenges tell us then? They mean that Korea and India need to strengthen their interaction, clearly share their intentions and motivations, and respect each other's strategies. And this effort will lead to mutual understanding, which will in turn help the two countries establish a trust-based development partnership. And in carrying out development cooperation, we should remind ourselves of the spirit of Vasudeva Kutumbakam, a famous Sanskrit phrase that means the world is one family. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kim. Oh, so beautiful English accent. That's very great. Anyway, so he pointed out that the India and Korea can see opportunities for triangular development cooperation, given their complementary development experience and know-how. And also he stressed out the trust-based development partnership. I truly agree with his opinions. Okay, so our next speaker is the Dr. Priya Desh, Associate Professor at the Research and Information System for Developing Country in New Delhi, India. It's very honor for me. And Dr. Desh brings extensive experience and expertise to our seminar from his influential roles shaping global policy discourse. With 15 years in policy research, Dr. Desh has made major contributions on topics like macroeconomic policy, infrastructure, financing, green financing, and fintech issues relating to grouping like on G20, IROA, BIMSTEC, and Indo-Pacific region. His scholarship includes two recently published books titled Asia-Africa Growth Corridor, Developing and Cooperation in Indo-Pacific, and Universal Banking in India, Evolution, Trend, and Performance, as well as numerous journal articles and edited volumes. He serves on editorial board for Cambridge Scholar Publishing and Virtual Economics Journal, G20 Digest, and Journal of ASEAN Economic Integration, holding a PhD in economics from Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay, India. Dr. Dash's insight will greatly enrich our understanding of the global financial architecture and its development implications for the global south. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Dash to share his valuable perspectives. We have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, for the generous introduction. I think Dr. Kim has made a very, energetic presentation about the India-Korea Development Partnership and the emerging areas of cooperation. So it's indeed a pleasure to be part of this dialogue. The deliberations so far in the last two sessions and the inaugural indicate that the prospects of comprehensive and deepened bilateral relations between India and the Republic of Korea, in particular, the opportunities within the Indo-Pacific framework looks brighter in the coming years. The chair has raised very pertinent and interesting questions through email to all our the speakers and chairs yesterday. That what are the specific areas like technology, infrastructure, capacity building of Indian and Korean partnership that can make significant contribution to the global south. And the second question he has in mind, what are the key drivers behind this growing partnership and what are the ways it could shape India-Korea development? The third question is, what are the potential implications of the rise of global south and on the South-South cooperation? And the last one is how the issues of inequality, human rights, environmental sustainability could be addressed while pursuing development partnership and economic growth. I thank you, Chair, for anticipating these questions. This is precisely the discussion that we are having in the session. I'll try to cover as much as I can. And after listening to all my fellow speakers in the morning, so I changed my intervention a little bit, not detailing too much about the trends in the export and import trade. But what I certainly wish to emphasize is the strength of the economic cooperation between the two countries. Whatever it is, we began with a narrow focus on economic cooperation, but that continue to be the engine of the strategic cooperation in the future, because that have some sort of cemented the trust level between the two countries that we can speak to each other and find a common ground of the collaboration. Before that, let me just present a few statistics about what has India done in the recent years. A significant improvement in the business environment. And I'll tell you some numbers which would perhaps help you to understand how the pace of reform is happening in India. The government has not only introduced new reform measures like goods and services tax, e-way bill, national logistics policy, bankruptcy and insolvency laws, but also repealed some of the old laws which used to increase the compliance burden of businessmen in the country. And that has resulted in a significant jump of India in the global ranking in the ease of doing business by 79 ranks, from 142 in 2014 to 63 in 2019. And this is attributed to the forward-looking measures by the government of India in the recent years. Further, because of these things, the 39,000 compliances have been reduced. Let me repeat, 39,000 compliances. The compliances means you need to tick whether you do this, whether you do that, whether you made this. So this is a very crude indicator of the improvement in the business environment. In addition to that, the unified filing processes, trust-based governance, and all these have increased. There is a John Biswas bill. John means the mass, the population. 183 provisions of 42 central acts by 19 ministries. Those have been sort of harmonized into in a fashion that the provisions are more favorable. In addition to that, there has been the significant improvement in the construction permits. The time required for a permit has gone down from 129 days to 98 158 days in Mumbai, and from 158 days roughly to 114 days roughly in Delhi. So these are all those specific measures of the improved business environment. The cost of obtaining, in other words, if you want to express in cost terms, the cost of obtaining a construction permit got reduced from 3.2% to 5.4% per economy, the per capita income. And I can go on that. So let me go back to my main points. So what has happened to trade? So SEPA in the first few years, it has sort of delivered as per the promised lines. Both the countries express around 40% increase in exports and imports. But what is needed now is the new reality that we are facing in terms of diversified supply chain, new sectors in the services segment. All these needs to be appreciated in time, and those need to be part of the SEPA review process. In fact, the trade in parts and goods, which we say GVC, there is a movement between India and Korea. The number of goods traded between India and Korea were roughly around 1,953 in 2001, and which has increased to 3,564 as far as Indian export is concerned. And what India imports from Korea is slightly increased. It was 3,016 products in 2001, which is now 3,611 products. But in terms of the parts and components, both the countries are sort of experiencing a gain over, even though we are running an overall trade deficit. So in 2001, India exported around 15 million as far as parts and components trade is concerned, and imported around 131 million. Now both the countries are close to 2.35 billion. So there is a movement in the intermediate trade, part and components, which we can sort of explore. With advancement in digital technologies and their application in production, consumption and distribution patterns, new trade opportunities as well as new trading platforms, e-commerce like that are emerging. The ongoing review process of SEPA upgradation may be expeditiously pursued to seize opportunities in those sectors. And this was emphasized by Dr. Char in the morning and all fellow panelists in the beginning, in the previous sessions. Most importantly, service sector contribution to GDP and trade is increasing in India, Korea and globally across all developing countries. So it therefore makes sense to explore possibility of expanding services trade between the two countries. And perhaps that is the only way to correct the trade deficit, because if you read the press release of the November 2022 meeting, SEPA review meeting, where both the sides discuss about tariff, non-tariff, TBT, SPS measures. There the trade deficit issue also discussed. So services sector should be discussed further. And what are those services sectors? I'm coming in a minute. Now I'm coming to certain sectors where bilateral cooperation should focus. And those sectors are not necessarily emerging sectors. Some of them are also traditional sectors. But we need to see that within the Indo-Pacific economic framework, within the Indo-Pacific framework in general, how these bilateral cooperation could be shaped. And those sectors were already mentioned by our ambassador, India's ambassador Amit Kumar in the inaugural session. Those are semiconductor, green hydrogen, electric mobility, digital transformation, in particular fintech, shipbuilding, civil nuclear energy, defense and space and other sectors. Now, what type of cooperation we need in those? So in semiconductor, both the sides have moved on, and there is the India's semiconductor device market is roughly around 105.23 billion in 23, and is expected to grow by 8% in the next 5 years. And the Indian semiconductor market at the same time is 23.2 billion and is projected to reach 8.3 billion by 2028. So both the countries are growing in that segment. The key Indian semiconductor players are, I have no need to mention the companies in the interest of time, but what we need is that there is a collaboration between Indian firms and Korean firms. The ecosystem has to evolve between the two countries so that the plant in Micron in Sanand in Gujarat and the MOU that has been signed between Gujarat government and Simtech. So such type of cooperation should increase. As far as maritime cooperation is concerned, we have a couple of developments there. IPOI was mentioned invariably by everybody. There are 7 pillars of Indo-Pacific Ocean Initiative, which was announced by Prime Minister Modi in the East Asian Summit in 2019. And those 7 pillars are critical to remind all of you. The first one is maritime security. The second one is maritime ecology. Third one, maritime resources. Fourth, capacity building and resources sharing. Fifth, disaster risk reduction and management. Sixth, science, technology and academic cooperation. And the 7th one is maritime connectivity and trade. And RIS has been given the job of following the 7th pillar. And to believe you that all the countries, those who are part of this initiative, are embracing this as the future cooperation, which helps the blue economy to grow. Blue economy, as per an estimate in 2016, contributed to 4.1% of India's GDP and 3.3% of Korean GDP. So this contribution of blue economy is going to increase. So I'm not going to, there has been a MOU between defense industry, cooperation in shipbuilding by both sides. It's called Defense Acquisition and Program Administration, DAPA, and India's DRDO. And then there is a 2008, and both the parties signed an MOU on mutual recognition of certificate of competency of seafarers, because maritime services is a growing segment in the maritime domain besides the maritime blue economy. Then shipbuilding, the South Korea's shipbuilding is already an established industry, and it is ranked among the top 3 globally. In 2017, India and the Republic of Korea signed an intergovernmental MOU for defense industry cooperation in shipbuilding. And then that MOU focuses on shipbuilding cooperation not for military purposes, but to enhance defense capability through joint efforts in building warships, fleet support ships, and all this. Then in fintech, India and Korea has 87% and 67% fintech adoption rate. It means India's fintech adoption rate is 87% and it ranks 3rd in the global fintech industry. Korea is 67%. So both could collaborate, and we have a lot of initiatives in India where we have successfully achieved the financial inclusion goals through fintech applications. And India is also one of the fastest growing fintech market in the world. The market size of $50 billion US dollar in 2021 is growing to reach 150 billion by 2025. This is made possible because of the higher pace of internet penetration and mobile telephony through smartphones, and the growing demand for fintech services is in the digital lending segment, and now they are moving to the higher value addition segments like wealth management and others. So South Korean government is also supporting fintech industry by doubling its fintech innovation fund. So both the sides could collaborate. And as far as the India story is concerned, in the retail digital payment, we have unified payment interface, which we called UPI. Through UPI, the volume and the value of retail transactions in India is dramatically increased over time. In fact, every month we have a story to tell what proportion of UPI transaction has happened. So I'm not getting into very much into detail. The last part of the presentation would be that how India and Korea should collaborate within the Indo-Pacific framework. Dr. Kim has detailed about the India-Korea Development Partnership, but to respond to the queries raised by Chair to us, that what are the factors that drive the India and Korea to think about development cooperation and cooperation in India. It's a joint goal. Both the national ambitions of India and Korea is to grow faster, to get into the diversified sectors, and then to leverage on the growing market. So it was mentioned in the previous session that India is being seen as a new market, for growing market for Korea. India also wants to diversify its sourcing of goods and intermediates from rest of the Asia. So both the countries have common economic ambitions. Collaborating within the IPA forum can enhance bilateral trade, economic contact, and regional connectivity. South Korea's strong manufacturing capability and advanced technological expertise can be combined with India's efforts to develop domestic production capabilities. So through joint ventures, technology transfer, R&D collaborations within the Indo-Pacific economic framework, the collaboration could be boosted. And then the collaboration areas also could be artificial intelligence, 6G, digital infrastructure, renewable energy, and like that. Korea has already shown interest in India's development cooperation initiatives by supporting 2 infrastructure projects by Economic Cooperation and Development Fund. Korea Investment Corporation, which is a sovereign wealth fund of India, has an office in Gurgaon in New Delhi. And Korea Investment Corporation, what I could gather, was established in 2005 to manage public funds entrusted by the government and Bank of Korea. So if that is the case, then it's a win-win case for both India and Korea to sort of leverage that resource for joint development projects. Defense cooperation, we already have L&T from India and Hanwha from Korea, both are cooperating in that. India's overall understanding is that India's stake in terms of trade, investment, services, resources, logistics and technology in Indo-Pacific are growing by the day. This is a statement made by our external affairs minister here when he spoke, that India's stake in Indo-Pacific is growing. That makes a case for Korea to consider India as a strategic partner. And he also referred to the Indo-Pacific Ocean Initiative. As mentioned by everybody, that there are 3 broad principles of Korea's Indo-Pacific strategy, which is inclusiveness, trust, and reciprocity. So India believes in free, open Indo-Pacific. So both sort of align in a holistic sense to sort of look beyond bilateral relations. Then in all other forms, digital economy also, Korea focuses on data privacy and cyber security. I think I'm running out of time. Just to focus the last few points. You asked about what is the implications of the rise of the South and the South-South cooperation. The rise of the South, both in terms of the economic parameters, we had done some study 5 years back. Those numbers suggested that the South-South trade means developing countries exporting to developing countries importing from developing countries, is growing rapidly. In fact, it was somewhere close to 60%. I have to check the number, don't quote me now 60%, but it was in 2016 or 17, we had a policy brief, I can forward it to later. So that gave a sense that developing countries are no longer depending on import of capital goods from advanced economies. They themselves are trading among themselves. So they should have a fair say in the WTO-led multilateral trading system. Rather than rule takers, they should be contributing to the rule-making process, which is a healthy trend as far as the multilateralism is concerned. So the implications of the rise of the global South is not in reaction to the North-South model of development cooperation. Rather, it is a new narrative that is emerging, which is more people-friendly, more inclusive. And it is based on demand-driven and need-based, not just transferring the aid in the form of financial assistance, but here it is both the countries are partners. So here nobody is a recipient and the other one is not the donor. It's a donor-recipient model, it does not work. Here it is more of a development partnership model where we share resources, we share technologies, we share our human resources and jointly address the developmental challenges. So that's the implications of the rise of the South. Rise of the South is sort of warning and sending a message to the rest of the world that we should have a fair chance in the fair say in the global matters, and we we have our own homegrown experiments to share with each other for effective development cooperation. India, in fact, recognized this very much felt need among the Global South, and the Voice of the Global South Summit, which was held by India in January 2023, is just not in January 2023, a year before the G20 presidency began. It was a call, in fact, which India understood probably well in advance, that we need to talk to each other to find the common issues, the common priorities which could be presented to the global community, that how the Global South is taking responsibility of development rather than waiting for receiving grant and other knowledge and technology from others. And that summit, 125 countries participated. And Prime Minister Modi announced that whatever development experience India has, it needs to be shared with the fellow developing partner countries. And that's how he announced a center called, he in general said that the Global South Center of Excellence will be established. And it was established a few months later, which was called Dakshin, which Professor Chari mentioned in the inaugural session. Dakshin stands for Development and Knowledge Sharing Initiative Global South Center for Excellence, DAKSHIN, Development and Knowledge Sharing Initiative. And thankfully, this center has been based at RIS in a separate one of our premises. And we have been given the opportunity to sort of do the hand holding of the center to sort of evolve and define its work program. I just take one more minute. And the goal of this center is to share knowledge, find best practices in development solutions, foster mutual learning for building capacities, and all these. Then the last 2 points are about the International Solar Alliance and CDRI. Now, India being a developing country, thinking about renewable energy, if you have read the India's renewable energy story, India's now solar energy production and the consequent drop in the per unit cost of solar energy production is a dramatic change in the India's energy mix. All the Delhi Metro Rail Corporation and major metros are running entirely on solar energy. So it is now getting translated into household consumption of solar energy, which the Union Budget recently emphasized that how the solar energy consumption should be inculcated at the household level. So building on that, much before all these things happened, International Solar Alliance was thought of as India's global initiative, which India and France and many other countries have joined. And then CDRI was mentioned, Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. This is also a forward-looking measure by the government of India, that how the infrastructure domain, which is continue to attract investment, which requires more investment as we move on, creating new infrastructure, maintaining old infrastructure, and converting infrastructure as an enabling factor for development, as a catalyst to development. So, but that needs to be resilient enough so that we don't have to spend more on maintenance and creating new infrastructure. So these are all forward-looking measures by the government of India, and the government of India is not trying to, as mentioned by Dr. Chari in the beginning, not trying to replicate anybody's model. It is a felt need in the South. As a responsible member of the Global South, India is putting up its efforts to contribute to the global the development process in the Global South. With this, I stop and respond to the queries as we get it from the floor. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Wow, there are just so many variety of areas we can cooperate together. About the improving business environment, last year actually I visited India, New Delhi, and I found India is changed. And actually, India is different from what I heard from my friend. So, for example, I took taxi and I don't need to negotiation anymore. I can use the apps. It's totally changed. So I found another of the potential in India market. And also, he pointed out lots of the areas we can cooperate and we can help development of Global South. So we can talk about the later in detail more later. And I think we have these three top-notch discussion today. So I have to introduce them. I'm very glad to introduce Dr. Song Ji-sun as a discussant in today's seminar, currently serving as an assistant professor at the Institute of Foreign Affairs and National Security of the Korea National Diplomatic Academy. Dr. Song brings a wealth of experience and expertise to our discussions, with a background as a research fellow, a research professor at the Institute for Development and Human Security of Iowa Women's University, and PhD in International Studies focusing on development cooperation. Dr. Song's research centers around critical areas such as foreign aid strategy, aid effectiveness, global health security, and gender and development. Her latest publication delves into topics including the utilization of foreign aid in global health security, emerging donor partnership, Indo-Pacific strategy, and feminist foreign policies. Dr. Song's insights promise to enrich our dialogue on Korea's international development cooperation and its implications. Please join me in welcome Dr. Song Ji-sun to our seminar, and you may have the 10 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Kwok, for the very kind introduction. And thank you very much to Dr. Kim and Dr. Dash for your presentation and detailed explanation. I think Dr. Kim has explained in detail how development cooperation between Korea and India has been utilized as not just a key instrument, but as a separate and important standalone issue. And at the same time, I think the presentation by Dr. Dash also highlights how important it is to go beyond the bilateral development partnership between Korea and India, but also think about how the two countries can foster stronger mutual partnership for sustainable development in the global south. So I think I'll focus my discussion based on this. I do believe that there is much opportunity for the two countries to engage in global south, especially because the two countries share shared values, priorities, and experiences in promoting sustainable development. Korea, as the moderator has mentioned, is very committed to gradually and continuously increase its development assistance budget with the goal of becoming the top 10 donor in coming years. And India, as was mentioned in both morning and afternoon, is an active South-South cooperation and also providing a global platform and a venue for the Global South to come together, join heads, and have very close discussion. And I think what's notable is that the two countries do share values of democracy, rule of law, and human rights, which is critical in promoting development. The two countries also have shared priorities in terms of achieving SDGs by 2030, although, as mentioned in the morning, we only have 6 years left, but also tackling global challenges such as climate change, human rights, digital transformation, etc. And most importantly, I think the two countries do share experiences in development. Korea was a recipient, now a donor. India is not only a partner country, but also a South-South cooperation provider. Both countries have great respect for ownership of partner countries. And at the same time, we both have the experience of promoting country-led development, just to name a few. As Dr. Kim mentioned, India does receive majority of its development assistance flowing in from a selective number of countries. But I think this also shows how the country is trying to strongly align the development finance with their national development strategies. And this was also the case when Korea was a developing country. And of course, all of these partnerships should be based on the integrated, comprehensive approach that interlinks the issue of development with humanitarianism and peace, as we now see that prosperity and peace do not come separately, they come together. And in terms of potential cooperation between Korea and India, I think this can happen at bilateral or triangular, unilateral and multilateral levels. Just to name a few, Korea and India were both G20 countries, so we are committed to implementing the G20 2023 Action Plan on Accelerating Progress on the SDGs, which was actually a document that was formally adopted when India was the president of G20. And as mentioned by the foreign minister when he visited here, both countries are already present in shared platforms, including at the UN, such as UN ECOSOC and the CSW, where various issues related to sustainable development is interlinked. So I think there's definitely many joint venues for Korea and India to come together. And of course, through triangular partnership, as Dr. Kim mentioned, we can promote development in the Indo-Pacific region and also globally. What I think is crucial at this moment is to facilitate more dialogues and also closer dialogues on the development cooperation approaches and experiences, how the two countries have promoted policy coherence for sustainable development, and also using these dialogues to bridge the gap in understanding while both Korea and India are reaching for going forward for the same goal of achieving the SDGs by 2030. I believe that there are certain differences in the development cooperation approaches and the development cooperation languages that Korea and India uses. For instance, human-centric approach to human rights-based approach, etc. And for us, we use the term official development assistance, whereas India uses the term South-South cooperation, which technically does not apply to Korea. We tend to go for more triangular cooperation. So these venues to openly and freely discuss each side would be very much helpful. And I think one of the potential platforms to do that could be the Global Partnership for Effective Development Cooperation, GPDC, which was actually born out of the fourth high-level forum on aid effectiveness that was held in Busan in 2011. And GPDC is also mentioned in the 2023 G20 Action Plan on SDGs. I believe India has not formally joined us on GPDC yet, but this could be another platform to discuss development cooperation approaches specifically. And last but not least, although we have 6 years left in the SDGs era, based on how the SDGs were discussed 3-4 years prior to the end of the MDGs, I believe we may soon start to talk about what's next after the SDGs. And it would be great to have partnership between Korea and India to engage with more Global South in preparing for the post-SDGs era and ensuring that the voices of the Global South is heard in the post-SDGs era. Before wrapping up, I would like to actually ask one question to Dr. Dash, if I may. I found it quite interesting how India, as member of Quad, is working with the Western donors in supporting the Global South, while at the same time India is a member of the BRICS and New Development Bank. So there seems to be also room for India to partner with China or cooperate with China in supporting Global South. At the same time, China has laid out, in addition to the Belt and Road Initiative, the Global Development Initiative, while emphasizing itself as the largest developing country. So it seems to give the image that it's representing the Global South. My question is, how is India how does India evaluate or perceive to be the limitations of the U.S. and China's approach to Global South, and how does India's approach to Global South differ to U.S. and China? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, he finally gave a question to Dr. Dash. Maybe you can give an answer some later because we have other discussions. So after that, I'm gonna give a time to you. Okay, so our next discussion is the Dr. Chancellor Singh, a distinguished research fellow at the India Council of World Affairs in New Delhi. Actually, I met her last year for the first time when I visited her institute, the ICWA, and I remember she shared very impressive ideas about Indo-Pacific cooperations. I believe that Dr. Singh brings a wealth of expertise and experience to our discussion today. So I don't have a time, so I'm gonna skip detailed introduction of her, but Dr. Singh's research focuses primarily on the China and Taiwan, and delving into areas such as the Chinese foreign policy, India-China relations, and China's role in Indo-Pacific, the Belt and Road initiatives, and cross-strait relations. Her insights have been widely shared through numerous presentations at national and international conferences, as well as extensive publication in her areas of expertise. So I think maybe Dr. Dash Singh can give an answer to the Dr. Song's question too, right? So maybe to the Dr. Dash and Dr. Singh gonna give an answer to the Dr. Jison. Okay, so please welcoming the Dr. Dash Singh, please.
Thank you, Chair, for that generous introduction. The esteemed panelists have already given a very comprehensive understanding of the Global South and India-Korea development partnership. Dr. Kim has given a very detailed review of India-South Korea development partnership and the various projects. And he has also detailed India's commitment to Global South. Dr. Dash has stressed on the strength of economic cooperation between the two countries. What I'll do, I'll try not to repeat those points and add and highlight the achievements of India as the pioneer in establishing a platform for the concept of Voice of Global South. At the outset, I would like to emphasize the fact that India's commitment to Global South has always been there. South-South solidarity has been an important tenet of India's foreign policy since independence. This has manifested itself in India's growing development partnership and partnership with developing countries of the South. India has espoused equitable representation and has always raised its voice for the cause of developing world. Dr. Dash has mentioned about the Voice of Global South Summit, and we have had two summits until now. One was in January 2023 in a virtual format, and the second one was in November 2023, again in a virtual format in the context of G20 presidency. Throughout its G20 presidency, India has worked to ensure that the concerns and priorities of the Global South receive due cognizance in various verticals of the G20 and were duly factored in finding solution to the most pressing contemporary global challenges. Up until now, at every meeting, there was discussion on including the African Union as a permanent member. It was only under India's presidency this was made possible. Prime Minister Modi has been leading from the front on the issue of the AU's membership of the G20. In June, he wrote to the G20 leaders pitching for the AU's full membership. Subsequently, weeks later, the proposal was formally included in the draft communique for the summit during the third G20 Sherpa meeting that took place in Karnataka in July. It was in the spirit of if I may use the Hindi phrase, Sabka Saath, which means everybody together, that India proposed permanent membership for the African Union in the G20. India has made G20 far more exclusive by ensuring the induction of AU as a permanent member of the grouping. This is a testament to India's commitment to the Global South. The Ukraine war has thus put a spotlight on the Global South for the challenges of food, fertilizer, and fuel insecurity that the war has resulted in. The Global South is disproportionately affected by global challenges, and thus their voice needs to be factored in the search for solution. We have seen this in the impact of COVID, pandemic, climate change, and various other situations. Dr. Kim has highlighted that during COVID, Made in India vaccines were sent to about more than 100 countries. India's development partnership have grown significantly over the last decade, extending to 78 nations across multiple geographies. India believes that capacity building is central to development. India has provided training to people from more than 160 countries under its ITEC program. India has also taken enhancing connectivity and economic interlinkages by undertaking projects ranging from large-scale infrastructure development to community-related projects in various sectors, including health, housing, environment, and education, extending financial, budgetary, and humanitarian assistance to partner countries to aid them in mitigating economic challenges and overcoming crises, contributing towards capacity building and skill development in the Global South by offering scholarship and training program to students and professionals. India's development partnership has a human-centric approach and is based on the needs and requirements of the recipient country. In its execution, India bears its developmental journey and experience. India wishes to learn from the experience of other countries and seek to benefit other developing country from its own experience. Before I hand over the floor to Dr. Langale, I just want to ask a question to my Korean panelist. You very rightly talked about India-Korea development partnership, which has been a success. Which are the other countries to which Korea has given aids and has been a successful case?
Thank you. I think this question I'm gonna give an answer from the Dr. Kim, right? So maybe later I'm gonna give unfortunately. And finally, we have the last discussant, Dr. Chunshingman Ranjal. Dr. Ranjal, a research fellow at the Indian Council of World Affairs, brings extensive expertise in Indo-Pacific studies, particularly in the realm of Japan and India's covering security interest, with a rich background encompassing work with the prominent think tanks and organizations. Dr. Ranjal has made significant contributions through various publications and active participation in national and international conferences too. Currently, his research interests focus on the geopolitical of Northeast Asia countries within the Indo-Pacific region. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Ranjal. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chair, for giving me this precious time. And on taking cue from my colleague who spoke on the rise of the Global South, I'll just take a few minutes of your time speaking about the ROK India Development Partnership and also comment on the previous panelists. I think Dr. Kim's presentation was more like a perspective from the Indian side itself, because he spoke a lot about how India has trained through ITEC, and he showcased a lot of those slides. So I really appreciate that, and how India has basically become after the introduction of the Indo-Pacific strategy, it has basically become a priority partner, and that has led to the rise of India in the rankings of in Korea's ODA as well. So that is something which has really, I guess you can say, it has built this further the strategic trust between India and South Korea. So what I have been discussing in the previous panels also about the IPOI, I'll speak more on that in terms of ROK India Development Partnership. I believe I had discussed about certain countries which has joined the IPOI pillars. I just wanted to detail them a little bit more better right now. It's the countries which have joined the pillars are Singapore, Italy, USA, UK, France, Indonesia, Japan, Germany, Australia. So on the base of that, I wanted to discuss certain projects or initiatives which has already been, I guess, taken place already, or they are in the pipeline. India and France, basically Indo-Pacific Parks Partnership, supporting mangrove conservation initiative aimed at the Pacific Island states. This is one. And then India and France also looking forward to work on setting up Indo-French health campuses for the Indo-Pacific with the aim of making it a regional magnet for research and academia. And then with Australia, we have the on marine ecology, we have plastic waste management, cost-efficient local economies, as well as development of marine environment. So these are some of the development partnership initiatives that perhaps India and South Korea also can look into in the future through the IPOI. Especially because it's not just about financial assistance; it's about knowledge sharing, capacity building, and fostering self-reliance in developing nations. And ROK has its own KASI, Korea-ASEAN Solidarity Initiative, which will form a core component of ROK's Indo-Pacific strategy. So in this regard, India can be an ideal partner for Korea in third country partnerships to enhance its regional, strategic, and economic outreach. And India has so far offered 308 lines of credit to support infrastructure projects worth about $32 billion to various developing countries. And these funds have supported more than 600 projects in sectors such as infrastructure, power, connectivity, and health. And India's digital public infrastructure, which Dr. Dash also mentioned about the UPI, has also held a transformative impact, extending far beyond just financial inclusion. So the USPF India, which I have been already spoken about, being capacity building and combining the strengths of South Korea through science and technology, we can work together on this pillar, and then we have this, through this we can contribute towards sustainable infrastructure development, collaborate on projects that support clean energy generation, resilient transportation networks, and climate smart agriculture, technological advancement, facilitating knowledge transfer and joint research initiatives like in areas like digital technology and telemedicine, and then human capital development, investing in education, healthcare, and vocational training programs to empower individuals and unlock the potential of the global South. So in this manner, the ROK India development partnership in third countries would hold immense potential, and by combining our resources, expertise, and commitment to shared goals, we can definitely empower the global South and foster a more prosperous and secure Indo-Pacific region. Thank you. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Today, I think we found that there exists a lot of potential areas that India and Korea cooperate, but I think we don't covered the technology transfer. Actually, when I talk with other developing countries, most developing countries want to talk about technology transfers, but nobody covered that point. So I want to hear the opinion about that from the panelists. And also, I want to hear about some challenges and obstacles, because we observed a lot of the potential area, but nobody point out the challenges and obstacles to enhance our cooperation to help the development in the global South. So I want to hear about also opinion too. Also, we have lots of questions from us, so maybe Dr. Dash have another. I think you prepare for the answers, right? So give the answer from the Dr. Jisun's questions, and then I want to hear from the answer from the Dr. Kim, and who's next? Yeah, first of all, after you.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'll respond to the question by Dr. Song on Quad, BRICS, and all this. First of all, when I spoke also, I did hint at the point that India is not trying to sort of advocate or mobilize global South to sort of provide a competitive development cooperation landscape to North-South model. That is not the case. What has happened is it's a need-based approach, that if instead of relying on foreign aid, instead of relying on foreign capital and technology, if we are able to find domestically solutions, if we are finding partners who are in sync with your thinking and your challenges, so there is nothing wrong in doing that. So India's partnership with as part of Quad, India is a subscriber and founding member of BRICS Development Bank. In fact, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank also. So that does not mean that we choose either or approach. You can't antagonize your partners in a foreign policy framework. India is dealing with China, India has worked with China, and now also it's working with China. So it is not either or, that if you are part of US led or US is a member of Quad, how can you be talking about South-South? That's not the case. South-South is not a geographically defined narrative. South-South is a narrative of finding a new way of collaboration and cooperation. So it has to be seen in that way. And so one is that we are not engaged in a competitive development cooperation scheme. And I forgot to mention one point, that why we should go for triangular cooperation. That probably responding to your answer, that what is the challenge. Perhaps the challenge is that why we waited for so long, that developing countries could also lead the development cooperation process. It was left to the countries to realize so late. We don't have to coin a terminology to global south to come to such a point. So Korea did its own development cooperation initiative, India did its own. So where lies the convergence? The convergence is now realized of late that we need to work together. There is a framework called BAPA, Buenos Aires Plan of Action. So BAPA in 2019, they recognize that triangular cooperation is the most effective means of, say, ensuring development cooperation and promoting sustainable development. So all the countries should subscribe to that type of thinking, because BAPA is a global framework and it should meet that. If you permit, Chair, I just want to correct one point which I mentioned in the last presentation, that India's connectivity projects. So I wrongly read that it was trilateral highway, Chennai Vladivostok corridor, and India Middle East economic corridor. These three corridors our foreign minister mentioned here, that how India assigns importance to connectivity. This is an errata to my last presentation. On the technology transfer, I'll come back, let other colleagues respond to their question.
Dr. Kim, please.
I would like to thank all the panelists for insightful comments, and I believe that there was a question about which countries received much of Korea's ODA over the past decade. So Korea's ODA has been focusing on Southeast Asian countries mainly, especially Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, and the Philippines as well. And a significant amount has also flown into Bangladesh in South Asia. I think the reasons behind this pattern is that there's a tendency for the Korean development systems to flow into countries where there's a big business presence, big Korean business presence. So when businesses go, Korean government ODA goes together or follows that investment. But since the accumulated sum of ODA has been significant in these countries, the Korean government is now trying to diversify the recipients, and also the business is also diversifying their portfolios as well. And that's why Korea is trying to increase their investment, ODA in India and other developing countries.
Dr. Singh, prepare for the answers for the Dr. Song's questions.
Yeah, I just want to add to whatever Dr. Dash has said in response to Dr. Song's question on how does India perceive China's role in all these platforms. Dr. Dash has very comprehensively explained this, and I just want to add China's role during the G20 presidency. G20 is a diplomatic victory for India. However, we saw that Xi Jinping skipped the meeting and Li Qiang attended in his place. And in his speech, he had, he was quite open to the Global South concept, and he mentioned that he looks forward to working under the rubric of Global South. However, as we read the developments in China, somewhere down the line, China has been showing interest or aspiration to be the leader of Global South as well. So I think China is also gearing up to work under Global South initiative. and your question on BRI and GDI. On BRI, India is quite clear that any project that violates territorial integrity and lacks transparency, India is not part of it. On GDI, I would see all the initiatives together, GDI, GSI, GCI, that these initiatives are to put forward the Chinese worldview. So what China is trying to do is through these initiatives, it is trying to put a Chinese world order in opposition to the current world order. Here again, I'm intrigued by Dr. Kim's reply when he said that, Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, and Bangladesh are the largest recipient of South Korea's aid. I was just wondering, has South Korea faced any challenges because in these areas from China, because Laos and Cambodia are, they're too much influenced by the Chinese. So I just wanted your comment on these.
Here, do you have a response?
I'll make a short response. Dr. Quag is actually a Southeast Asia specialist, so maybe he can answer better, but since it is my role to answer, I will answer. So I think the areas in which Korean donors are focusing on in Southeast Asia are slightly different to Chinese. So the Chinese are mainly focused in huge infrastructure projects, but we do invest some ODA in these areas, but I think we mainly focus on health, sanitation, education, and so on, where we don't overlap very much with Chinese overseas aid.
Okay, so the important role of a moderator is to keep time. Dr. Dash, you want to give a short response, right? So.
Yeah, I mean, your idea for how the technology transport should happen. To my understanding, being a student of economics, technology transport should not be seen in the way it was happening in 1950s or 60s, that you pay royalties and get the technology. Time has come for both India and Korea to realize that the only way to see that technology playing the role in the development process is to jointly invest in technology development. So that would require joint R&D facility, academic exchanges and cooperation between the scientific institutions of both the countries, and frequent exchange of faculty, students, and all these research centers. That is one way. And the Korea Focus initiative that was announced a few years back, which provides a single window clearance to FDI and addressing all FDI concerns in India. Investment technology transfer through FDI, but I think joint R&D and technology development, these are the future of say leveraging technology for development processes.
So I think we have extra time, so I want to open the question to the floor. Is there anyone to ask questions to the brilliant panelist? No? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to Dr. Kim. You just mentioned about, in response to Dr. Teshu's question, that Southeast Asian countries, and you named a few of them, Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, are sort of largest recipient of Korea's development partnership initiatives. So I just wanted to take you to the other side of the Indo-Pacific, the Pacific Islands, because last year, as we know, that Korea had its first summit. So what are the areas that Korea is providing assistance to the island countries in the Pacific? Number one. Secondly, can you give any figure that in the past few years, how much has been the increase in terms of aid by Korea to these island nations in the South Pacific? Is there any data available on that? Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have the exact figures in my head, but I can definitely send you the numbers if you need. The Korean government thinks Pacific Islands are very important partners in the Pacific region, of course. but the relative size has been small compared to our aid to Southeast Asian countries. But I'm pretty sure that the government is devising a plan to increase the aid to Pacific Islands in the coming years to a significant degree. And the most important area that we are trying to support is the climate change related areas, and also to a certain extent maritime transportation as well.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Dr. Dash about, ask you to further elaborate the development and knowledge sharing initiative as part of the vectors of India's Global South initiative.
So this initiative is not aiming to provide aid or financial assistance. As I mentioned, this is an initiative to contribute to the collective effort for collective prosperity kind of debate. India has in recent years, through its own innovation in the domestic policy spectrum, has tried to see that how certain development projects could be undertaken at domestic level at a lower cost, and it could be replicated elsewhere. So through this initiative, which we call Jaksin, the objective is to sort of foster mutual learning for building capacities and developing sustainable, affordable, locally replicable solutions. Now, what does that mean? Suppose in the field of digitalization of payments, but through UPI, Aadhaar-based national identity, we are able to provide at a very affordable cost the financial services. So there is a lot of demand, since the African countries got to know. They are now willing to learn from our central bank how could you deliver that at such a scale of Indian population, that too in rural areas. So they are keen to understand that, and India is keen to provide that technology free of cost. It's a digital public infrastructure. What can be done for local customization? Indian officials can go there, help them link their data with the technology. So what type of transformative impact it will generate? Now you provide financial inclusion to millions of population, those who have no access to financial services. And India has already done the MOU with Singapore, with UAE, with recently Mauritius and Thailand. These are the countries which have agreed to collaborate with India for the real-time cross-border payment settlements. Like through India's UPI and their own payment platform, the payments can be done. How much money you are saving in terms of conversion of currencies? So whatever way you could reduce the cost of transaction, you are actually empowering people in that way. So that is a small example. So doing conference, what will you achieve by doing conference and seminars? We can talk to each other and find the challenges, what are the solutions. So papers could be prepared by the center. The center could facilitate G to G interaction between the willing partners. So this is just, I think, we are 4 months in operation as far as this new center is concerned, and roughly about 50 or 60 countries have already expressed willingness. Countries means the institutions. Since we are, RIS is housing this center, so institutions like us in other countries have expressed their interest to come talk to our employees, because they have a full staff. So they are talking to them, trying to understand what India has done domestically to address development issues. Can it be replicated? So this is how the knowledge sharing is happening. No imposition. India is not giving lecture to anybody that you should do this. No, that is not the case. And we, as far as RIS is mentoring the center, we will never do that. We wait for solutions from other countries. In fact, there was a meeting a few months back. There was a delegation for Macedonia. And we kept on talking for 2 hours. It was scheduled for 20 minutes. because the more we talk about the digital solutions, they were listening to us and they said, no, there is a lot of room for talking to each other, finding a way out. Can you help us scale it up to the G2G level? We can certainly do that. So I'm not boasting what we are doing, but it's a small step towards sharing the knowledge that we have. Can we replicate and help other fellow countries to try that out? That's the objective. I can provide you more information.
Thank you, Dr. Dash. Of course, you should not preach what you don't do or what you can do. Under this DAX initiative, who's involved in this DAX initiative? I mean, in terms of government agencies or government ministries, or does it depend on the nature of the project or programs as to who involves in this DAX program? And secondly, does Prime Minister Modi intend to continue this annual Global South Summit as his initiative? And also, who, as of now, until now, you have invited, I'm not sure if Korea was invited. I don't think Korea was invited. Does India intend to extend the invitations to, countries like Korea or a bit advanced economies?
First of all, as I said that it was an idea of the Prime Minister, and then the Ministry of External Affairs, which the Foreign Affairs, they asked that we are thinking of like that. So then RIS prepared the background paper and all this. As I said, we don't have any rigid structure for this. We don't aim to guide any country because it is happening at think tank level. So the first level of understanding about the common developmental challenges, is there any potential solution, it happens at the institutional level. So institutional level, like us, we are talking here. So it will happen at that level, and the possible cooperation models will be communicated to the ministry, to the through the center, to the respective agency, the government. And there is no such project announced so far. Once it goes there, it doesn't have any funding so far, and so we are working now how to develop. This is in a very early stage of the initiative, but Voice of the Global South Summit is likely to continue, because this is not a propaganda campaign. This is a institutionalized mechanism to talking to each other annually. So I believe that there is a willingness to continue this series in future also. And during G20 presidency, it was announced, but this was not part of G20 presidency initiative, which is likely to continue. So regarding Jackson, you please wait, the more work is being done, but it is not a development finance agency. And let me clarify that for everybody. This is an institutionalized mechanism of understanding development and potential solutions to development.
Thank you, Dr. Kim and Dr. Desh, and our discussant, Dr. Song, Dr. Singh, and Dr. Ranjay. So it's clear that both Republic of Korea and India recognize the increasing importance of Global South and are committed to fostering development partnership in the region based on shared value and priority and experience. So we reached, we found that there's a vast potential for Korea and India to deepen our development partnership today. So let's work together and let's wrap up the show because we already passed 10 minutes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kwok. This ends all sessions for today's conference. Before ending today's 2+2 policy dialogue, I would like to kindly invite Professor Choi Won-gi, Professor and Head of Center for ASEAN Indian Studies, for the wrap-up for today's conference.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The wrap-up session is supposed to have talk about all of the key points, but I'd like to. I don't want to summarize what we have discussed today, but I'd like to share some of the key takeaways I learned from the day-long discussion. We have in session one, we have talked about the geopolitical challenges and our respective Indo-Pacific strategies. So I think the key word from the discussion of the session one, from my perspective, is strategic convergence. So the Korea's Indo-Pacific strategy and India's outlook on the Indo-Pacific have a lot of similarities and share the same kind of strategic outlook. In that regard, I think I'd like to point out that one of the key strategic thinking behind Korea's Indo-Pacific strategy, the popular narrative about the strategic dilemma for not only ROK, Republic of Korea, but most of the Southeast Asian countries and many other countries that are kind of situated between the U.S.-China rivalry, the kind of strategic constraints and dilemmas they are facing is described as, so you are relying on China for trade and economic relations, and you are relying on United States as the security provider. So in Southeast Asian cases, they want to keep their own way. So don't try to make us kind of choose. So this is kind of the dilemma. This is described as a kind of common dilemma facing the countries between Beijing and Washington. So some of the ways to deal with this issue was presented as, for example, middle power coalition or third way, right? But my understanding is that in Korea's case, this is not the right kind of narrative that describes the strategic dilemma that we are facing. I don't think ROK is caught in what is called crossfire between Washington and Beijing. Our understanding is that if we forge stronger ties with like-minded countries like United States, Japan, as well as India, that would provide us a better position to establish a constructive and more productive relationship with China. So our ties, our partnership with the United States, Japan, and India and other like-minded partners is not a zero-sum relationship with our relationship with China. It is more of a positive-sum relationship. So I think this fundamental thinking is kind of provides the basis of our approach. In the second session, we talked about the status of our bilateral relations. So where we are standing and where we should be heading. So I think we had a lot of creative and proactive suggestions. So in order to move the bilateral partnership to the next stage, what kind of challenges we should deal with. And also, I think we are presented with many growing list of areas of cooperation. So a lot of panelists talked about very promising potential areas of cooperation: semiconductors, green hydrogen, defense production, blah, blah, blah. So I think these are really promising areas of cooperation that we should focus on going forward. So in order to move the bilateral partnership to the next stage, I think what we need is greater trust, greater communication, dialogue, and conversation, so that we could expand the common ground for further cooperation. So that's my personal takeaway. In the third session, colleagues talked about India ROK development partnership with Global South. I think it is really a great responsibility for India to play a constructive role as the leader of the Global South. I think this is a great advantage as well as a responsibility for India. And also the India's engagement with broader Global South provides a ample, huge opportunity for Korea to work together. For example, one of the key priority of ROK's Indo-Pacific strategy is what is called contributive diplomacy. So Korea used to be the recipient of international assistance. Now we are trying to take greater responsibility in working along with a large number of developing countries. So in that regard, we really established a very ambitious goal in expanding our development cooperation. So this is called, the term is contributive diplomacy. For example, compared to the official development assistance budget last year, we had the whopping 40% increase of ODA budget from 3.5 billion to 5 billion US dollars this year. So in terms of the size of the ODA budget, now ROK is among the number 10 donor countries. So in that regard, I think the global partnership between ROK and India is also very promising and areas of engagement in the days ahead. So overall, I think we have a very successful and productive discussion, and we got a lot of fresh and innovative insights and many food for thoughts to further our bilateral relations. So with this, I finish my wrap up, and I very much look forward to continue our discussion next year in Delhi or elsewhere in India. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Che. Once again, thank you so much for all distinguished participants of KNDA, KIEP, ICWA, and RIS for making today's conference most successful. Most of all, thank you for all the guests, both from online and offline, in coming to today's event. Thank you so much. If I may I ask all the distinguished participants from 4 institutions to have a short group photo for the ceremony? And then we could also invite all guests to come along for another photo. Thank you.